As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 9 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at RedistrictingMI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director for the Commission, at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the public watching and the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Good morning, commissioners. Please stay present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you're attending the meeting remotely, and unless your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village and the state which you're attending the meeting remotely. I will begin roll call alphabetically with Elaine Andrade.
Present from Skokie, Illinois.
Donna Callahan.
Present, attending remotely from Mexico.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade.
Present, remotely attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Osceola County, Michigan.
Stephen Lett.
Present, attending from Lee County, Florida.
Marcus Muldoon.
Present from Carlton, Michigan.
Cynthia Orton.
Present, attending remotely from Battle Creek, Michigan.
Rebecca Zatella.
Present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Janice Villette.
Present, attending from Highland Township, Michigan.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Eaton Township, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present, attending remotely from Saginaw Township, Saginaw, Michigan.
Madam Chair, you have 12 members present. You have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded that we approve today's agenda. Is there any discussion on the topic? Seeing none, all in favor of approving today's agenda, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and today's agenda is adopted. So for today's remote public comment portion of the agenda, Vice Chair Janice Villette will facilitate.
Without objection, We will begin the public comment pertaining to the agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call you by your name or by the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov, and we will help you to troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later date. You have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to speak is James Gallant. Please give our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, well, thank you. James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. This is quite the mess you got going here, you know, from yesterday. I don't know where you're at on this deliberation part, but you were in the middle of it. And then all of a sudden, I don't know, how'd you get in there, Madam Chair? This is the opposite of capitalism, what you're doing. You know, the part about you're starting with, see how you started the deliberation yesterday? You just kind of went, I don't know how we're going to do this. And I don't really know, but now we got 3 different maps that you came with over the weekend and you started talking about it. And all of a sudden you're voting on it. That's the problem. You had no motion to do anything. And so as a recap, I'd like to just ask this board to please hire a certified parliamentarian to give a report and recommendation so that we can restore some sort of trust and faith in this system and this process you got going. You're making it up on the fly as fast as you can. I see we don't have Secretary Benson here today too. Secretary clearly says Secretary of State is the secretary without a vote here and will call the roll and establish if there's a quorum at the meeting. She's not done that but one time and then she left 5 minutes later. Remember? That was back in 2021. I would ask everybody to go back to the beginning, the first meeting when Secretary Benson was presiding, acting chair, did the exact same thing. I don't know what we're going to do here, but I guess we're just going to, what do you want to do? And then just did it with you just violated Mike Brady's instructions to follow Robert's Rules of Order. You have to make a motion first. Motion to approve the maps.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Mona Mawari. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so good morning, commissioners, and again, thank you so much for all your efforts. I just want to express my deep disappointment in the vote that happened yesterday to vote down, including Melvindale in District 3, keeping Melvindale in District 3 as it currently is, and marginalizing a historically marginalized community, a minority within a minority community, the Yemeni community, and diluting their voting power and depriving them from the representation that they direly need and deserve. And I urge the commissioners to reconsider, please reconsider today and make sure that you include Melvindale in District 3.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Adele Mozip. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Next in line is Christian Grant. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. So my name is Christian Grant, and I'm here speaking in support of the Arab American and specifically Yemeni communities. I would just like to open by expressing my disappointment that there was a no vote to include Melvindale in District 3, and I'm just disappointed that about the detrimental impact that that'll have on the Yemeni community, which is a marginalized minority within a minority community already, and it dilutes their votes. I would like to also just note that the current lines for District 3 and 15 give the Arab and Muslim communities the highest chance at representation. And the district lines the Anti-Arab American Discrimination Community Committee is pushing for concentrate the Arabs in District 3 only and dilute the Arab vote in District 15, reducing the chances of having 2 Arab reps to only 1. And therefore, we're asking for you to keep the current lines for District 3 and 15 intact, add Melvindale to District 3 in the Motown Sound map, and remove the affluent West Dearborn district from District 3 and put it within District 15. And if possible, add the remainder of the aviation subdivision in Southwest Detroit near Lanyo in Michigan.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is Anthony Scannell. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
That participant is not present.
Okay. Next in line is Robert Dindoffer. Please allow our staff a moment to unmute you.
Hi all, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so first thing I wanted to say is there's really been no outreach to the Far East side in this whole second round of the process. I know you went to like 6 in DeQuinder, but that's really central Detroit. That's not the Far East side of Detroit. And so I feel like there's been a lack of voices other than a few of us, both from the suburbs and the Detroit side, who are, you know, I nerd out the most on this process. But I've tried to speak up for my community, which is the second thing. Please keep the Lakeshore whole. The Lakeshore district has been prevented by the APOL standards in the past, but the Grosse Pointes and St. Clair Shores really belong together. And I think if you look deep within yourself and think really what 2 communities in the area belong together, it makes the most sense. The third thing I wanted to say is that I appreciate what folks are trying to do with districts 10 and 12 in the Motown Sound, but I feel like it's not going to work for a couple of reasons. And I have asked for a second comment, so hopefully when I'm cut off, I can finish this thought out. Historically, it hasn't worked. In the past, the Grosse Pointe portion of the district has dominated in a nearly identical district to District 10. 54% of the Democratic primary voted for the Grosse Pointe candidate. And in the last gubernatorial primary, the Grosse Pointe votes made up 55% of the overall vote in the gubernatorial primary.
Janice, you're muted.
Yep. That concludes our public comment. Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts.
Commissioner Lang?
Yes, I believe Mr. Dindoffer said he signed up for a second public comment. Is that accurate, Secretary of State?
He did request one. However, the second public comment that you all voted to approve was during the initial mapping period. So there is not currently a second public comment approved for today. But I defer to the commission's decision on that. If you would like to add one, we can. Up to you.
I move that we add one. We had this discussion before. It was said that during other public comments periods that it was done. This flip-flopping back and forth is very confusing, I'm sure, to the public. So I would ask if there's only one that's been signed up that we please allow him to speak. Thank you.
There
I
would be
mean-
two, sorry, just want to clarify, there's two individuals who requested one. So there would be two.
Okay, I would move that we let those those members of the public have their second.
Second.
Okay, so it's moved and seconded that we add a second public comment period for today or for what, Commissioner Ling?
Well, I think it's confusing. I think we should just keep it. If we're going to do a second public comment, then we need to keep the second public comment.
Okay, so moved and seconded that we just add a second public comment from here forward. Is there any further discussion? And let me just break in and say that Commissioner Kellum is now present.
Thank you. Commissioner Kellum, can you share where you're joining remotely from? Commissioner Kellum?
Sorry, I was having connectivity issues because I unmuted myself, but I know that you all didn't hear me. Good morning, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you.
Okay, so any discussion on the motion? Okay, Commissioner Lett.
Yeah, I don't favor a permanent second comment proposal. We have made rule changes as the circumstances require. If you only have a few people, then it's useful. If you have a couple of hundred, then it becomes a little unmanageable. So I think that having the ability to cast the rules as the situation requires would be more appropriate.
Anything else? Commissioner Ling.
I just want to go back in time when I objected to the second public comment being done at a particular meeting. It was also said by Commissioner Lett that second public comment was allowed and that he sat in many meetings where it was allowed. So all I'm asking is whatever the commission decides we do it and we stick to one thing because obviously it is confusing the public. And it's not fair to the public if we keep switching it up.
So my understanding was that when we were doing public hearings and listening tours, then, we wanted to hear from the public. That was the main focus of the meeting. And so we had second public comments. And then normally we didn't during our regular meetings. But anyway, that's my understanding. Anything else? Okay, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Commissioners, you've heard the motion before you to add a second public comment for the public from this point forward in your meetings. We will do a roll call vote. I will begin with Donna Callahan.
No.
Juanita Curry.
Yes.
Anthony Ede.
The motion is from this point forward?
That is correct.
No.
Brittany Kellum.
If it was just during the mapping process, I would vote yes, but no if it's a permanent second public comment.
Rhonda Lang.
Yes.
Steve Lett.
No.
Marcus Muldoon.
No.
Cynthia Orton.
No.
Rebecca Zatella.
Yes.
Janice Villette.
No.
Aaron Wagner.
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
No.
Elaine Andrade.
No.
Madam Chair, with a vote of 9 no to 4 yes, the vote fails. The motion
Okay.
fails.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Lang, is your hand up again or still?
It's up again. I would ask that the Secretary of State, if she's acting as parliamentarian, look into Robert's rules as it relates to second public comment, just for my clarification on if it's required under Robert's rules. Thanks.
I can do that. Thank you.
Commissioner Wagner?
I would like to hear from the two that are signed up for second public comment today. Even though y'all just voted that all down, but I would still like to hear from them since they did go to all the trouble to say they had signed up for the second public comment. And they're here, so let's do that.
I think that would have to be a motion. Commissioner Ede?
Yeah, I'll motion that we had a second round of public comment for today.
I second
that.
Okay, we have a motion. I couldn't tell who the second was because there were two.
Donna Callahan, seconds
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to add second public comment for today. Any discussion on that? Commissioner Ede? You're muted if you're speaking, or maybe.
No, I'm good. No discussion.
Okay. Commissioner Villette.
I just wanted to ask Sarah, when they signed up and asked for second comment, did you tell them at that time we were not allowing it?
I did.
Thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Absolutely. Commissioners, the motion before you is to add a second public comment just for today's meeting. A yes vote means that you're in favor of that, and a no vote means that you're not. I will begin with Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
Yes.
Steve Lett,
No.
Marcus Muldoon,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella,
Yes.
Janice Villette,
No.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Elaine Andrade,
Yes.
Donna Callahan.
Yes.
Madam Chair, with a vote of 11 yes to 2 no, the motion carries.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sarah Reinhardt.
I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Lang's question. In Robert's Rules of Order, section 928, it talks about public sessions stating, or I'm sorry, this is 929. In meetings of many public bodies, the public may attend. These attendees are not members of the meeting body and ordinarily have no right to participate. Some bodies, especially public ones, may invite non-members to express their views, but this is done under the control of the presiding officer, subject to any relevant rules adopted by the body. The public comment segment of your meetings doesn't stem so much from Robert's Rules as it does the Open Meetings Act of Michigan, which does require a public comment session, which is why you all have one, but it doesn't speak to a requirement to allow a second public comment. All of that is really determined by the body itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the explanation. So we will move to the second comment period. Can you facilitate that, Sarah Reinhardt, since you know who they are?
Absolutely. Our first second round participant is Mr. James Gallant. Please allow a moment for us to unmute you.
Oh, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, James Gallen again. These are my opinions, and thank you very much. And thank you to Sarah. That was exactly what I was going to say. You shortened me up a little bit here. But yeah, if you could just get with a couple of these issues that I'm bringing to you. Now, these are the ones I'm bringing so right now. Please publish the documents that appointed Sarah Reinhardt to be the secretary. You just said secretary. She answered you. She's the secretary without a vote? No, and the Constitution says it's Secretary of State, Joyce Benson. And this other lady, she's doing the roll calls and she's establishing a quorum. So this group of people is now the Secretary of State. No, that's an elected position in a state of Michigan. And the Robert's Rules of Order documents that came originally in the orientation materials, we never got those. We couldn't get those when we go onto the website. You still can't get them on the link that's published. So please give those, and please get with the texting during the meetings. That's a no-no. And I think we should examine, how did we get this second public comment thing even to begin with? That union lady said she was told. So who was she told by that this was supposed to happen like a year later? Okay, and then Commissioner Zatella did support that and said, yeah, she supported did. And I believe and that's what I was saying. I didn't say that. Robert's Rules doesn't talk to public comment, but Zatella quoted me. I think that was slanders, what she said to me, and tried to get on me. And so did Let. Tried to write on my little thing about Robert's Rules, and then you say the opposite. That's slanders. That's not cool. So please get with these couple issues I keep bringing, because these are the fundamental issues. The other folks can get with the maps. That's fine. But I'm getting with these fundamental issues that we need to go all across America, all across Michigan.
Our next public comment participant for the second round is Robert Dindoffer. Please allow us a moment to unmute you.
Thank you. And I appreciate the vote for a second public comment. I appreciate that, folks. So as I was saying before, and I tried to spit it out real fast, is the Lakeshore District that includes a Lakeshore District that would include the Grosse Points and St. Clair Shores has basically been a dream district for people in the area for a long time, but was always prevented by the APOL standards because of the county line between Macomb and Wayne counties. And so when I saw that there was an opportunity for it, I spoke up. Other folks had spoken up in the first round of redistricting about the Lakeshore. It's a true community of interest. I hope you'll keep it whole. And as to the Motown Sound and the District 10 configuration there, we've had that district before, almost identical, and it has always played out in a particular way. In the Democratic primary, the Grosse Point candidate wins about 55% of the vote every time. It happened, the last time was 2008. There was a competitive primary in the area. The Grosse Point candidate got 55% of the vote, and each community put its own candidate up. The Grosse Point candidate won. And it wouldn't be the end of the world for us Grosse Pointers, but I don't think it's fair. Additionally, in the 2018 gubernatorial primary, if you look at all the primary votes from the precincts in that area, the Grosse Pointers had roughly 5% more votes than the Detroit and Harper Woods portion combined. So again,
And that concludes our second round of public comment.
Thank you very much. Okay, so next on the agenda is new business 5A, mapping deliberations. Without objection, I will facilitate this item. Hearing no objection, I will ask VRA Counsel Mark Brayton to provide a VRA analysis of the logical outgrowth of public comments received for the Motown Sound map completed by the commission yesterday. Mr. Brayton.
Good morning. We submitted, Kim Grace submitted to Dr. Palmer the Motown Sound 2 map and the minor changes that you made in it had no effect on my belief that the court would conclude that that plan complies with the Voting Rights Act. Let me be clear again, it's my view that all of the plans now being considered by the commission, all 11 now, comply with the Voting Rights Act. Again, that analysis is based upon the fact that the candidates of choice of the Black community in all of these districts in the Tri-County area are, the data shows that they would overwhelmingly win in the general election. We've done the analysis that we've talked about looking at the Democratic primary. That analysis is driven from the court's direction. Looking at that, concluding we've looked at that in two separate ways. One, what we believe through statistical analysis to be the percentage of the Black voters in the Democratic primary. Each of the plans under consideration in the Tri-County area provide either 11, 12, or 13 districts in which the actual Black turnout in the Democratic primary is a majority. The Black population in the Tri-County area is roughly 25%. Each of those plans provide roughly proportionality, actually more than proportionality, to the Black community. If you'd like, we can show, again, I don't want to get between you and the work that you're doing, because I think the simple answer is the voting rights consideration at this moment is very much peripheral. Again, if you change some of the districts, we probably should run the numbers again, but you are on firm ground to go forward with the considerations of the various tricky issues you're dealing with in other communities and how to put them together.
Are there any questions for Mr. Braden? I have a question.
Sure.
I don't see any others. So I thought I understood when we were talking about this before, and we showed how many performing districts, that some of the maps that we put forth had less than 10, say, or less than 9. And so we were advised that that wasn't good enough.
Yeah, but if we can, I think Taylor may be on the line, if we could bring up, or Kim has these, we could bring up the chart, the new version of the chart. Okay, and so here's the Democratic primary election performance of the districts. The difference being here is the original charts that you saw were really in a smaller, they didn't do the complete metro 3-county area. So they showed lower numbers than these. And so under the lower numbers, we would not, in those plans, the lower ones, the ones that you are not presently considering, some of which showed lower numbers, would not, in my opinion, have been compliant with the Voting Rights Act. Looking at them, and the real driving factor in this is the notion of equal opportunity. And we went through, and I won't waste everybody's time by doing it again, the various jingles factors. But when you look at the end of the 3 jingles factors, we talk about the totality of the circumstances, which really looks at the sort of notion of the overall political performance of the minority community in a particular geographic area. And the Supreme Court has been relatively clear, if relatively clear for the Supreme Court is cloudy for most other people, but I believe, and on the notion of proportionality, if a system provides the potential for proportional representation or greater than proportional representation, the court has looked at that and said, well, that's obviously not a system that's unfair to that minority community. So that's the reason why we have this is the newer, broader geographic area, which is the 3 counties. Before, we were looking at the narrower ones and simply the districts that were in essentially Wayne County, with just the ones that were overlapping out of it. So I think this is a better perspective. And the districts that you rejected earlier still have the problems that they had. I think all these districts now pretty clearly work. under the Voting Rights Act. And that issue simply is off your agenda. Your decision as to which of these to approve, they all comply, in my opinion, and I hopefully in the court's opinion, with the Voting Rights Act. So the other considerations that you're thinking about and discussing will be, wrestling over are the ones that should be driving the process. You're in compliance.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Director Woods?
Yes, Mr. Braden, just want to kind of go over a few points of your
Sure.
conversation. I think one and first and foremost, when we look at the maps on the draft proposed maps, it does not show that Pontiac is a VRA district, an opportunity district on the map. And so I think what we're trying to get to is how we can count the Democratic primary turnout and how we can count the Democratic primary pool as relates to the opportunity districts. And so when we pulled up the maps, we could see that if we look at the VRA analysis and the VRA data, the VRA analysis is a map and the VRA data shows the districts that are opportunity districts, whether it's for the primary turnout and the primary pool off the map. So I just wanted the public to know where that information is located. It has been published since it was turned into the court on February 1, and how they are able to count to get the numbers that are shown on the screen.
I think that it would be relatively easy for Mr. Brace to, or maybe John's got it, for us to take this and create the same graphic that we did before. So I see no problem with that. I don't know whether John can do it on the fly.
I'm not really looking for a graphic. I'm just looking to explain to the commission and to the public how the numbers were obtained and where they are located since February 1st on the website. Because they would align up with your primary turnout numbers and primary pool, because they have been published. They are on the website for the public to see since February 1st. So I'm just clarifying what's on the screen and letting the public know where they can get the information, and then why Pontiac, which is an opportunity district, is missing, because it does not border Wayne County. It's north of Wayne County, but it is, and you can see that in the data when they pull it up. I believe it's District 53 where they can see Pontiac. So it's more for clarity's sakes.
I understand what you're saying. Yes, the data is all in the system. There isn't anything, any of these are created from, and you're exactly right, that that exists in what is already in the public domain available on the website. Yeah, I mean, we could create some other type of graphic if you desired, if someone thought that was useful, but all the data is absolutely there. There's nothing that hasn't been analyzed. The only thing that might need to be put into the system, which may or may not be in the system right now, would be the changes in what I'm calling Motown Sound 2. That was done last night by Dr. Palmer, and I don't know whether that's actually been it's clearly is contained obviously in this chart. So I'm assuming it appears in the website, but I don't really actually know the answer to that.
Well, that information will need to be posted once it's received, so we can have that as well.
Yeah, I think he was working with Mr. Brace on that, but if not, it's already, the work's been done. So putting it in the system, and the work's been done from the data in the system. So I'm guessing that simultaneously with doing it, that has been included, but I don't know. So we can confirm that and make it happen if it hasn't happened. I'll check with Dr. Palmer and Kim. Or
Mr. Brace has his hand up.
Yes. Attorney Braden is correct. We have updated the map so that we now show a small inset at the bottom of the map for Pontiac. And we communicated that to Director Woods last night and sent him a sample we're proceeding to update the maps to reflect all that in additional graphics.
Okay, Mr. Brace, are you prepared to run the numbers for the commission for the new map for Motown Sound 2?
Yes, the E2 or E1 plan.
That is correct.
Yes, and those are up on the website. They were posted last night. All of that information is up there on the my districting site under the comments tab and link.
Okay, so anything else, Mr. Braden?
No,
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation.
my pleasure.
Madam Chairperson, Mr. Brace, can you present that to the commission? Because that was not provided to us to post off of the link to the commission's website. So can you provide a presentation to the commission so they understand all of the numbers and the 7 rank redistricting criteria, but specifically the partisan fairness, compactness score, and the VRA?
Yes, I was trying to pull together those and I don't have them quite yet, but we'll have them within the next 10 minutes.
Okay, so while we wait for that, and you're talking about on the new map, the changes that were made to Motown yesterday, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, then we can pick up where we left off yesterday. Just making any tweaks to maps that people want to make. Commissioner Kellum, we kind of had to cut you short. I think you said you were finished, but I just want to make sure that there wasn't something else that you wanted to look at.
No, there wasn't anything else that I wanted to look at. I made my plea for District 16 and 17, and I was just in favor of or in agreement with Commissioner Zatella in that. I mean, I don't want to prevent anyone from tweaking maps, but I think we could be a little bit more productive and eliminate maps that are less performing or even not in favorable for other reasons to the commission.
Okay. Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I have two things. One was for Commissioner Kellum. I was curious if she had seen the public comments out on the portal in the two maps where someone redrew District 16, 17, and 18 to change the configuration there. I'm just curious if you had seen those ideas that were out there. And then secondly, I wanted to renew the motion I made last night, but I kind of want to hear Commissioner Kellum's comment first.
Commissioner Kellum?
It's me. Yes, it's me again. Sorry, you all, I'm at a doctor's appointment this morning. But if we're talking about the 16 through 18 fix, that configuration, I did look, and this isn't just recently, but this comment has been out for a while and has been substantiated from people that have come out to our hearings, but particularly there was a public comment that has evolved over time regarding Motown Sound. The person's in favor of Motown Sound, but specifically had a fix for 16 and 18. Commissioner, just tell if we're talking about the same one. And I do like the configuration that splits Livonia and that western Brightmoor Redford area. I think it puts Livonia with Farmington, more of like a vertical strip that's happening as opposed to our east to west configuration that we have for 16 and 17, if we're talking about the same one. So the short answer is yes. I think that particular suggestion might change a little too much, but I do like what it does to that area.
So are you talking about the one that grabs Southfield and pulls it down through Redford?
Yes, I'm also going to check to make sure that my yes is a real yes.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if you would be okay with me creating an alternative map and just redrawing those districts so that you can look at them. The downside is you are going to lose a VRA district on that. But if we're still otherwise compliant, according to our experts, I think that's okay. And then, you know, the alternative on that is you could look at readjusting Inkster or readjusting another district to maybe add one more back in. But if you're okay with that, I'd like to play with that so we have something that you can look at.
That's totally fine. I'm okay with that. I know the rest of our friends might not be, but yes, I'm okay with that option.
All right. So do we have John on today?
Yes.
So John, can you create a alternative map for the last Motown Sound we were working on yesterday? I think it was E1.
Okay, so I'll make a copy of that one and then you're going to edit it.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a moment. I'll share the screen after I've created the plan. The copy, rather. Okay, and then shall we designate this E2 for edit of Motown or E1 edit 1?
I think E2 is probably less confusing.
And before we see the faces, we are making these tweaks because these are communities of interest that geographically and demographically have no business being with parts of Livonia and the suburbs. And shoot, I lost my train of thought. Oh, it's an offset for the public comment that we've received regarding the Brightmore communities and that portion of the Metro Detroit area being kept together. Particularly, I know that there are areas of like Sweet Potato Sensations, Blight Busters, Old Redford Theater. That area is currently and has been under a long-term plan for revitalization. So it's very important to those neighbors and to the people in that community to continue to have a voice, to continue to have a way to relate and gather with each other so they can get these community and neighborhood projects done in a way that expresses them. And I'm sure Commissioner Zatello or anyone else might have something to add in terms of the community interest. Even if you don't necessarily agree to the changes, I think we could all collectively still talk about what these communities share. Okay, I'm done.
All right. Yeah, I agree with you, especially the combination of West Detroit with Livonia. It just that there's just no commonality there. And those communities are dealing with very, very different issues. Okay, so I see you have this opened.
Yeah, I just need to open, I copied the plan. I just need to open the correct one.
Okay, and just for the public record, I'm correcting this from, let me read off the public comment. It's Motown Sound Redraws 16-18 public link. It was submitted by Nicholas Barnes on the 23rd. It's comment number W10104, and I'm working off his version 2 map. So what I would ask you to do, John, is just delete districts 16, 17, and 18, and we're just going to rebuild them. That's probably the fastest way to do it.
I'm seeing if I can do this from this menu or not. Probably.
Yeah, you can. I do it all the time. Just collect 16 and then hit erase and it'll take it out.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the easiest way to do it.
I was in the right place, but looking at the wrong thing.
Okay, so if you can just close out of that, and we're going to start with District 18 because that's going to be the farthest west district. And you're just going to grab that whole area of Farmington and Farmington Hills that we deleted out up to the blue line, which divides Wayne County and Oakland County. And we're going to, actually, that's not even Oakland County at that point. So just grab up to the blue line.
Okay, hang on. I want to just lock 2119.
Okay. Yeah, that'll make it easier. Okay, 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 Okay, so you're basically putting Livonia and Farmington together is how we're gonna do it. So just straight up and down. Anything, yep, all of that. Oops. And then just bring it down into Livonia. Uh-oh.
No, it's fine.
I just see that not responding and I strikes fear in my heart.
I think it's okay.
Yeah. Just let it do its thing.
Yeah.
There we
Okay,
go.
but I will save it.
Yeah.
Okay, so most of these appear to be whole precincts, maybe
Yeah.
one. Let's get these by block,
Okay.
because I think it's a split voting precinct.
Yeah. Uh-oh. But you locked that one district, right? So it's not going to change it.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Now I'll just zoom back out to look at the other areas.
Yeah, I think we had one more precinct down near the bottom that wasn't selected yet.
Yep.
Gosh. We'll see what the population there is, but I'm a little worried we're going to go over.
It's not that much.
Okay.
Not 5,000, but it's something.
All right. So we're still.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yep. We're still good. All right. So now we're going to do District 17, which is going to be grabbing that upper part of what's left of Southfield. All right.
I gotta grab a split precinct.
Yep.
Okay, you're going into Redford then?
Yep, we're gonna start at the bottom of Redford. You see how you have those 4 stacked precincts, one on top of the other, all the way down the west side?
Here?
Yep, on the west side though. Yeah,
Yeah.
right there. So just start there and start pulling up. We're gonna leave those eastern districts. They're gonna need to go into 16, but I want to do the west side. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Let me deal with this. Ding, ding.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
while John is dealing with that, I do have the map up here so you can see the VRA analysis map for the E1 plan, and it shows the inset that we've created.
Great.
So let me share my screen. On that side, let me get rid of you guys for a second and bring up. Okay, what we have created is for the E1 plan. Can everybody see the map on the screen?
Yep.
Okay, so for the E1 plan, we have created the map like what we've done before on the other plans of the effectiveness of the plan based upon the data that Dr. Palmer has been generating. And so what we have here for E1 is the districts that are effective. They are in green. The reason why District 10 is not showing up as green is because there are 2 sets of data that goes into the colorization, both the 2018 and the 2022 election results. Both of them have to be effective together, and that's what generates the green coloring. In District 10's instance, it's one of those years are effective and the other one is slightly off and not effective. So that is why it's showing as blue. It does have a box around the label the label is coming from the primary turnout. And we see in the primary turnout, the African-American community, it was at 37%, while the white community is 26%. So we're seeing that as being effective in the primary turnout. I would also note on this graphic is that we have now started creating insects for the Pontiac area so that we can show that particular district as Attorney Braden has talked about, so that indeed District 53 is one of those that now can be seen on the map and can be then counted on the side of effectiveness. So this additional feature here, and I must have grabbed an older version because now it has a label that says Pontiac area on it. Again, this is coming from the analysis that Dr. Palmer has been generating, and that is in the spreadsheet table that Dr. Palmer generates. And indeed, when you go to the far side of that, you can see the turnout in the primaries and whether or not both primaries, the 2018 and the 2022 primary, shows more African Americans than whites in the primary turnout. If both of them are there, then it shows a yes in this column Z. If not both of them, then it'll show a no. And that's why you have in District 10, you show it's not in both instances. When you get over to the primary turnout itself, and that's coming off of columns AD through AG to evaluate that, and that's where the label is coming from to show what's effective on that side. This table is up on the My Districting website, along with the graphic, so that people in the commission as well as the public can see this information. It was put up last night and is available for people to take a look at. We will be adding this for any particular plan that you've looked at, modified, created, and that sort of thing, so that it's there on the My Districting site under the appropriate headings and columns on that side. Let me see if I had this up here. Well, I did have, but it will show up under the My District. I know where it is. It's right there. In the proposed house plans, it will show up there. There's the E1 plan. It allows the public as well as the commission to look at the plan attachments. There are many of them, and it does a pop-up. So I was showing you the VRA analysis map. That's this one here, the PDF. The data itself is the Excel file underneath it for VRA data. There's also the compactness scores, the partisan fairness scores, the population matrix, and an overall map of the district. So that is in the plan attachment column. There's a separate map when we want to compare the district that is being, or plan that's being looked at compared to the Hickory map. The shape files are available, and there is a link to the comment section of the My Districting site where people can go and comment about this particular plan. So this is in the, right now, the 2024 draft proposed house plans. We are making a further modification as you end up ultimately deciding which plan or plans are sent to the court. We'll have an additional tab here that says court submitted plans. So we're getting that prepared so that that is all there on the comments page link on the My Districting site.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Okay, I can bring up the map again if you like.
Yep. And I'm sorry, I incorrectly stated this was version 2 that person shared. It's actually version 1. I just mentioned the wrong one. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where we are. Okay, so so start moving up. So just continue up that line through Redford. Just grabbing those westerly precincts. Oh, that's connected.
Okay, so you're saying you don't want that?
You can just go ahead and select that middle precinct for now. Yeah, and just continue to go up from there. We'll see what the numbers are. It's not exactly the same as what this person has on their map, but I find that sometimes when people use Dave's, it doesn't exactly translate to what we can do with ours.
No, the Dave stuff is a different data set.
Yeah. So that's going to add 23 and we're already, go ahead and add it and we might have to back out some. Okay, so that actually looks okay. All right, and then everything else is going to go into 16.
Okay, and if you want to make adjustments on this, you still can if you like.
Okay.
All right, almost got this. I just need to make sure this is not a split precinct.
Okay.
Like this one is, yeah. That's what I did. So you've got, at the very least, 16, 17, and 18 are within the population that you're looking for. And then I'm zooming out to show what it.
So Brittany, can you look at that? Can you see it where you're at? So it's putting Farmington and most of Farmington Hills in with Livonia, the eastern edge of Livonia. Southfield is with the western edge of Redford. And then we have it now like Detroit district with a little bit of Redford combined so that we're no longer going into Livonia with West Detroit. And again, that's gonna, District 18 is now no longer gonna be a VRA district, so you'll be down to 10. But according to Mr. Braden, that's still a VRA compliant map. And I think this is much better in terms of actually respecting the communities of interest, and those communities that have kind of similar concerns and issues are now going to be grouped together again, instead of stretching out vastly different communities. I think we might.
Commissioner Callahan? We can't hear you. It looks like you're not muted, but we can't hear you. Okay, yeah, now we can hear you. Oh, now we can't. Can't hear you. You could join with your phone for the audio. Commissioner Eid?
Yeah, I understand why. I understand the reasoning for wanting to try to do this, but I pretty vehemently disagree with it for kind of a lot of reasons. One, I think it's far outside the scope of what we're tasked with doing. The court didn't say we have to change districts 16, 17, or 18. None of those 3 districts were even challenged and thrown out in the summary judgment phase. No one's even challenged these districts. None of them even touch a district that we have to change. 17 and 18 don't even touch a district that touches a district that we have to change. So they're 2 orders of magnitude removed. 16 is only 1 order of magnitude removed because it touches a district that touches a district we have to change. But 17 and 18 just far off what we have to do. I also don't think that it makes a whole lot of sense from a VRA perspective to lose a VRA seat. We already know 16, 17, and 18, they all perform. They all already elected a candidate of choice person for those 3 districts. And finally, from the community of interest standpoint, I don't agree with that either. What we heard last week from folks in Detroit was to draw horizontally. They said, okay, don't draw vertically like how our old districts 5 and 6 used to be drawn, which we changed. But they said, if you can't do that, perhaps draw horizontally. And that's what we did with 16, 17, and 18. And I also don't really like how it's shaped. Shape to me isn't a really important thing, but I don't like how 17 has this portion that just, comes south. I don't know. I don't like it at all. I think it's far outside the scope, and I don't think we should vote to adopt these changes.
Commissioner Kellum, can we hear you now? I can't hear you. Nothing. Sarah Reinhardt, can you try to help Commissioner Kellum, or maybe you already are?
Absolutely. I'll try to connect with her.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so are you wanting to do something else with this map, Commissioner Zatella?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. So I did I did want to make one more change to address the VRA issue. But I do want to, number one, Commissioner Kellum put a comment in the chat for host and panelists. I'm just going to read it because everybody who's in the meeting can see it, but the public cannot. It says, I do like that configuration. I don't like that it takes away a district. So that's her comment. I did want to address Commissioner Eads' comments. I think, we have received comments about that particular configuration. That was the original Bacon-Mander districts that we drew were 16, 17, and 18. They combine Western Detroit, particularly Brightmoor, which anyone who is from kind of Western Wayne County is very familiar with Brightmoor and some of the challenges that community has, with the eastern side of Livonia going into almost the western side of Livonia. Those are not 2 communities of interest that belong together. And the only reason why it was drawn that way was, again, because we were directed that we needed to reduce the Black voting age population in those Western Detroit districts that we had originally drawn. So I do think they were racially gerrymandered. I think the record shows that very clearly. And I think Patrick Lewis and Richard Rail yesterday very clearly said that we had the discretion to fix those districts that were drawn using the same criteria we had drawn districts that the court ordered us to redraw as part of our redrawing process. And so we have the clearance to do that. And I think we should. Just because they haven't been challenged yet doesn't mean they couldn't be challenged if we leave them in place. The only requirement on that would be that a new set of plaintiffs who live in those districts come out and challenge those districts. And they would win if they did, because we already have a finding against us in terms of how the districts are drawn. So rather than wait to fix districts that frankly don't align with any community of interest in the first place, I think it makes more sense to fix them now and avoid more litigation. kind of my thoughts on that. So we have this out here. Brittany, I'm going to take a stab at making a change in a new version that will bring back up the VRA. So John, if we could rename this E3, I would appreciate that.
Commissioner Kellum, do you have something? Can we hear you now?
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh. So I have a few questions about what we're trying to do here, at least at this point in time. I thought from where we were now that we were supposed to be making changes based on.
Donna?
I think maybe we lost you again. We can't hear you, Donna, if you're speaking. Commissioner Lang.
Just for the public, Commissioner Kellum has said she's still an appointment, but she put the horizontal configuration was in reference to more Detroit Central areas / districts.
Thank you. Okay, well, Commissioner Callahan, you can try again. We're hearing, okay, I think they muted. Commissioner Callahan, are you speaking?
I believe it's the Arabic interpreter.
Yeah.
Okay. Arabic interpreter, we can hear you. Thank you. You need to mute. Sarah, can you mute the Arabic interpreter? Sarah Reinhardt, are you able to mute that person? Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Callahan, you want to try one more time? We can't hear you, so we'll proceed, but try again. We'll take it when we can hear you.
Okay, now my line says it's unmuted.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry about that for the confusion. So I just wanted to make a few points that I had some concerns about these changes. I understand the changes. I'm not even going to say whether I like the changes or don't like the changes. I would need to have some time to look at them and understand what the impacts of them are to those communities involved. And I don't have time. I can't do that while we're actually drawing the maps online. However, I thought we were past the point of doing wholesale map redraws. I thought at this point we had completed that process, and we're now only seeking to make minor tweaks based on specific public comments for the map that we had published onto the portal. So I guess one of my questions would be, I know of one comment because Commissioner Zutella directly referenced it, where someone was requesting these changes and had in fact uploaded a map with some suggestions. But beyond that one person, do we have a basis for making these comments? Are there lots of other public comments from these districts with people asking these changes? That would be my first question.
Commissioner Zutella, do you want to answer that?
Yeah, so I think that's a bit of a comment for Commissioner Kellum, who is not available right now because she had made some reference to people asking for it during public meetings. So I'm not sure specifically what she's referring to. I know what I am referring to is that public comment that was submitted online where they specifically provided a redraw for those districts because they've actually come up several times. So
that would be very important to understand some metrics around that. I could never vote for redrawing 3 complete districts based on one person's comment with no opportunity for anyone else in any of those affected districts to have any say about it. So that's a concern, but we can wait until Commissioner Kellum is here, who can maybe elaborate on the public comment we have received since the maps were published.
I see
if
that
it's public-
Commissioner Kellum's hand is up, so maybe she can answer that right now.
Okay, that'd be great.
Hi, my deepest apologies for all that. I am in the car and can address this or give my perspective. So I'm taking a pause to see how I want to answer. The changes that I suggested today are changes that I've always thought about. When we originally drew the districts, I think that we drew based upon the information that we had at the time. I think we're also drawing from our personal experience, right? As citizens, whether we talk about that or not. People don't draw areas of Detroit because they're not from the area and their discomfort. And so there's discomfort there. So there's a reliance on the public to come out. There's also a reliance on the available, myself, Juanita, Commissioner E. So kind of at this interesting fork in the road. When we were at, I think it was Ebenezer, yes. When we were at Second Ebenezer and we had the maps in the rear of the room, the purpose of us having those maps is so that the public engages. I think now we're past the point, at least, and I'll speak for myself, we can have 100 people make a comment about something, and if we're swayed because of the sheer amount of people, then that's not as important to me. It's like the qualitative comments on top of me doing business and knowing that area. So the configuration that we draw, and this is that we drew before, makes no sense for that area. If the rest of the commissioners were to drive through the Redford, Brightmoor, that area of Detroit, and to see the stark difference between the people that live there on top of the folks that live in Livonia, it is beyond night and day. So if we're drawing for representation, if we're drawing for communities of interest, this is my attempt to, just like we did yesterday with the Yemeni community in Melvindale, it's not about a wholesale change. It's about the purpose of and the spirit of this process is to draw for Detroiters, is to atone what happened to Black representation and Black people. So if for nothing else, then a very important exercise to show as a Detroiter, and I take that heavily, I don't speak for all of Detroit, but because there's no one else that can speak to that area besides maybe Juanita, I feel like as a commission, either you all are going to take that I'm telling the truth and I know what I'm talking about on top of the public comment. It was a man and his wife. And then there were other people that were from the area that we have no business being with Livonia. We have no business with Livonia. It's close to us, but we're a totally different neighborhood. And I agree with that. So I don't know if what I said makes sense, but I think a part of this mapping process is to listen to the public, is to listen to fellow commissioners. That's a point of us being citizens and not politicians, particularly in this area of Detroit. This is not a secret. People are literally quiet because they don't want to make a mistake when it comes to Detroit. So when suggestions are made, though it might not be taken because it's outside of the court suggestions, I get that. But I also want to give you all something to think about. It is a change that we did not talk about previously, but it's an important change. So just kind of putting that out there.
Okay, so I appreciate that. But I mean, to be clear, I'm from Farmington Hills, right? So the areas that you're drawing right now, I mean, I'm definitely directly impacted because you're like drawing lines around my house, right? So I know this area. I can look at it and I can figure out, do I think this makes sense or not? But that's not really my point at this point in time. Like I said, it's not like I'm against these. I think these are terrible districts. That's not really the point. I'm just not sure why we're doing this now and if this is the right time to be doing this, given that we've done a wholesale redraw of 3 districts, and the only public comment we can point to that supports that change is 1. And we've done 3 districts. So I don't feel comfortable with that. That was my one issue. The other one is I really wonder, I know we did put a considerable amount of effort into community outreach, but it was focused, frankly, on the Detroit area for this portion. I'm not talking about what you guys did previously back in the very beginning. I'm talking just when we were doing this redraw. It seems to me that the outreach for public was focused on the Detroit area, and this is not the Detroit area. So I'm wondering, are these people going to be gobsmacked to find that their district has changed and there was no effort at really and truly communicating with them and getting their feedback on that? That's concerning, especially since we can only point to 1 public comment for redrawing 3 districts. And then my last concern is one that Commissioner Eade also brought up, is that we're reducing a voting district. We've done a wholesale redraw of 3 districts based on 1 public comment after the public comment period is closed with no community outreach, and we got rid of an opportunity district. I think that's just a recipe for nothing good.
Thank you. Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I have a couple of points. I wouldn't characterize it as being based on 1 district or 1 comment. I don't think that's accurate. I think Commissioner Kellum just said that she spoke to people about it while she was there.
Literally just said, oh, sorry. Excuse me. I was talking to my boyfriend, not you, just for the record.
So it's not just the 1 comment. The comment just happened to have a map, which is what I was using as a reference. There are other comments if you go out to the portal and you look at our maps where people have dropped a pin into the Livonia area and specifically complained about the configuration of specifically Districts 16 and 17 because it combines Livonia with West Detroit, and those communities just do not absolutely go together. And there have been multiple comments about it. It's not just a single comment. And then, I also think we need to consider the perspective of we are submitting this map to a court, to a magistrate who's going to review it for its constitutionality, and then they're going to submit it to a court. We want our map to be adopted. And these districts that were drawn here, and Commissioner Callahan, I know you don't have the benefit of having gone through this process because you weren't a commissioner at the time, but 16, 17, and 18 were specifically drawn because we were trying to reduce the Black voting age population in what is now District 16. That's pretty much how we originally drew it. And we had to redraw it at the direction of our experts because he said the Black voting age population was too high, which is exactly why we combined Livonia with West Dearborn, and we created 2 stacked districts, 1 on top of each other, each combining West Detroit, Redford, and Livonia.
Point of order. Commissioner Zatella, I think you're putting words in the rest of our mouths. Maybe you drew it with that in mind, and maybe that's your opinion, but that's not my opinion of how I was trying to draw things. So please don't characterize all of us as doing what you're saying that you think we did.
Okay, well, there is a transcript that records what we did, so it's not really my opinion, but that is another thing to consider with, redrawing these districts is 1, we've got public comment from the people in that area that say they don't like it. We have Commissioner Kellum and my experience from growing up around these areas saying it doesn't make any sense from a community of interest perspective. And, we've also got the concerns about potential constitutionality, as another consideration. And the fact that this isn't just up to us anymore. It isn't just our voting and deciding on something. It's going through 2 levels of approval. And we've got to think about that as well. So that's kind of my thoughts.
Commissioner Eade.
I just think a lot of what was just said is really disingenuous. I think these districts hurt Detroit and hurt the Black community because, again, we already know that 16, 17, and 18 performed for the Black community. That we had an election. That's what happened. So I think we should keep them the same for VRA reasons. And I totally disagree that them being drawn in the horizontal configuration is comparable at all to them being lumped in with the quote unquote bacon mander districts of 5 and 6. They look completely different. They don't look like bacon strips. They look like big squares. It's completely different. And, I think the districts perform. We don't need to change them. There seems to be this idea that, changing them increases the likelihood of the court picking our maps. I think it's the opposite. I think if we change too many districts, in which in this Motown Sound map, we're already changing 8 more districts than what we have to. If we adopt these changes, it'll be 11 more districts than what we have to. I think that increases the likelihood of the court picking the other guy's map. And our lawyers have said that pretty clearly. So, I understand the reasoning, but I do not agree with it. And I do not think it makes a whole lot of sense from an analytical perspective, because you're getting rid of VRA districts that were not challenged and that we already know performed adequately.
Commissioner Kellum.
I'm just gonna say this, and then again, I think Motown Sound is, as it was originally created, the tweets we made yesterday, is a viable option. But I think we're getting lost in the weeds in the spirit in which I offered these changes, which is listening to people. And I, for one, specifically remember originally drawing these districts based upon our previous advice. And I said in the meeting, this makes no sense for this area that we're grabbing east to west. I said that out loud. I think also, to address another comment that was made, when we had to draw the whole state of Michigan, and this is not news to anyone. There were so many people that got to freely and with pride and honor draw their neighborhoods and their areas. And Detroit continues to be this issue that people, and I can't say it any other way, and you all know that I love you all individually. You aren't from these areas, and you are arguing people down on how this should be drawn. So I offer this knowing that it would likely get pushed back. I did not know it would be so fiery. I get that it is outside of what we're originally charged with drawing. If that is the issue, I think that can be plainly and more simply stated, other than to say that, okay, it does something poorly for the VRA districts. We get that, but that's also not the only reason that we're drawing. We also don't draw these maps just to have 100 people comment on one thing. It's not about numbers either. I think this commission sometimes continuously misses, which was also a little bit of yesterday, that there are people that are behind these maps. And the people that are angry, the people that speak out more, are the people that have the luxury of doing so. So when we're drawing for Detroit and going into the Senate maps, I hope you, at least for me as one of the Black people on this commission, and as a Detroiter, I'm getting a little emotional. I hope this is a learning experience and your privilege and listening. So I'm not crying because I think that this map is just wonderful. It's a disappointment, which is why I voted the way that I did for Melvindale. That we continue to hang on to metrics and it doesn't do anything for the VR. What does it do for the people? What have they said? So they've said previously that they didn't like our whole map. Okay. And we go to the court and we lose that lawsuit. And so now I'm just offering a suggestion as an answer to the people. So if it gets voted down, that's completely fine. Like I said, Motown Sound is still a viable map. But the discussion that's being unearthed here, I just want people to be careful about how they're expressing themselves, because people are listening to you. And that's also a part of what we're being judged by, our character, right? So as far as I'm concerned, we can move on. I know that we have lots of work to do. We have some maps that should be eliminated, but I did want to, for the good faith, just like yesterday, we attempted to throw out suggestions for that Melvindale Dearborn switch. I wanted to do the same thing for this area. So I was glad that we got that opportunity. Yeah, that's all that I have to say about that.
Hey, Commissioner Follett.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have my hand up. Sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I agree with what Commissioner Callum said. I think it's about the people and listening to the people and what's right for these neighborhoods. And I also don't agree that our lawyers have said that if we do this, our maps aren't going to be adopted. I think Mr. Lewis and Mr. Rail were quite clear about this yesterday, and I specifically pushed them on it about addressing these other districts that haven't been challenged but are likely unconstitutional. And they were very clear that it is within our discretion as a body of the legislature, a derivative of it, to go ahead and make these changes. So, and frankly, I think we should, because I think we're going to end up with another lawsuit if we don't. So in light of that, I would like to move to approve these changes to District 16, 17, and 18 as part of the Motown Sound map.
Is there a second for that?
I want to clarify, as an edited map that's going to be analyzed for VRA analysis? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, well, no, I'm just saying to accept these changes because people have made comments about we need to vote or, voting on the changes. So I'm saying accept these changes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then submit it to VRA analysis as part of it.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to accept these changes to the Motown map, is how you phrased it, Commissioner Zatella?
Yes.
Is there any discussion? Commissioner Lang?
I just want clarification. Then pardon me, would that be like a Motown Sound 3, or would this be part of Motown Sound 2? How would those changes be reflected? Would it be like a whole new map? I just want to have clarification.
I would ask Sarah to weigh in on that, but I think we could probably just keep it with the Motown Sound E2 designation, unless Sarah thinks we should rename it in some way. Sarah Reinhardt?
Hi, yeah. I really defer to you all on that. If you would like to add a different name to it, I know that the naming conventions you've used in the past have been for members of the public to be able to differentiate more easily in providing public comment feedback. But I know that for today's meeting, I think a final decision will be made today. So really, it just comes down to ease of use for you all. So if you're able to easily remember or differentiate this map between the other maps, then I think it could stay as it is. But if you want to rename it, you're welcome to.
Okay, Commissioner Andrade?
No, I just want to reiterate that clarification for what we would actually, this is going to replace Motown Sound then. Is that's
no, it's just an alternative map. So we would have Motown Sound and Motown Sound E2, which we can then have a VRA analysis on and potentially vote for today if we wanted to vote for it.
So, okay, so we have Motown Sound, the original. We have Motown Sound E1, which is the small tweaks that were made yesterday by Commissioner Kellum. And then we have Motown Sound E2, which is this one. Just want to clarify.
Right.
Okay, Kimberly says yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This is John Morgan. Just to point out, the starting point for this was the Motown Sound E1, which had the changes made from yesterday.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Curry.
Yes, I had to take a very important phone call and I missed some of the conversation, but I just want to ask Brittany, is she comfortable with the one she had? Because I was in full agreement with the first one that she had. We're not changing it, are we?
Commissioner Callum.
Hi, Commissioner Curry. So this is just an alternative map. So we have still, and that was my point of clarification also. We still have the original Motown Sound. We made those tweaks yesterday in the meeting. I think that's Motown Sound E1. And then this map that makes the changes to 16, 17, 18, and tweak some slightly other things, is E2. So it would be a third version of, or I guess a second version of the original Motown sound map. So the original version isn't going anywhere. What we did yesterday doesn't go anywhere and is separate from the changes that were just made, if I'm understanding correctly.
Okay, I think I got you all. I'm sorry that
Okay.
I missed that part. And far as Melvindale, I heard Brittany said that unless you live in Detroit, you really cannot relate to the sentiments of the people of Detroit. I'm very aware of what she's saying, and I stay in Detroit. I'm very familiar with every area just about of Detroit, and even the Melvindale part. There are a lot of Mideasterns that frequent the Melvindale area all the time. So when I put that little vote in for Melvindale and for it to be changed a little, it's only because the Mideasterns always right up the street. They use Melvindale all the time. They have a common interest in a building over on Outer Drive, right in Melvindale, where they're constantly there all the time. So I figured they should have a piece of it since they're always in Melvindale. They go to school there and everything. So, but I'm in full agreement of the map she drew. And so that's my part on Melvindale. I'm just very close to every area. And I feel like if you really don't live in Detroit, you don't know the sentiments of Detroit. So I'm in agreement with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that Nate Fink is on. Do you want to say something?
Thank you. I wanted to let the commission know that litigation counsel from Baker, Mr. Lewis and Mr. Riley, have just joined and are available to have a discussion to the extent that the commission wants to do so about the revisions that or proposed revisions that were just made. So I just wanted to make the commission aware of that. They have not been in the meeting and have not been, monitoring what's been going on this morning, but have been on standby in case there was an issue that came up. So if there are specific questions to be directed, I see Commissioner Zatella has her hand up, and Commissioner Callum and Commissioner Eid. So I will stop talking now.
Okay, Commissioner Kellum, did you have something else? Your hand's still up.
I think I did.
Okay.
But but I might have forgotten. So I'm gonna put my hand down. I apologize.
Okay, Commissioner Eid.
Yeah, for the litigation counsel or for general counsel, because Mr. Fink, have you been here the whole time? We seem to be having this confusion on what was said yesterday on if changing more districts outside of the scope of the court order makes it more or less likely of our map to get picked by the court. I think that's really the discussion we're trying to have. Can we get some clarification on that?
I can try. In part, I think let me start talking because I'm struggling a little bit with the premise. The specific issue before the court, when you say pick the map, you're talking about the remedy phase in the ongoing lawsuit. And it is my position that more or less outside of the area that was struck down, the specific districts that struck down, may not have much of an effect either way on whether your map gets approved by the federal district court. On the one hand, it is my position, and I think there's a case called Covington recently in the Supreme Court that supports my position, that if there is some type of principle of least change implicit in the Michigan Constitution. It's certainly not express. It would have to be implicit. The federal court is not the proper entity to enforce that against the commission. And also, just based on my read of the court, I don't think that that would even be their priority. So I think that the panel would likely be amenable to that argument, and I think that it's solid. I don't think the federal court, there's no federal principle of least change for sure. That's very clear. It would have to be under the state law. It's not express. It would have to be implicit. And I think there are good arguments that it isn't even implicit. In any event, the court wouldn't, that would have to be a state court lawsuit somewhere down the road. So I don't think the federal court would or should look askance at changes that are maybe more than are strictly necessary to remedy the violation. Okay, so that's point one. On the other hand, the court's remedial powers are limited to the district struck down. So if you go and do more than that, I don't know that it necessarily helps you, which is why my bottom line conclusion to the question you posed was I'm not sure that it really matters that much. I can defend each under legal principles. The court's priority is going to be the remedial issues. Then there's a third point to make, which I do think is important, which is that if you're going out and making changes that otherwise create other legal problems, maybe they're not a logical outgrowth that creates a state law problem, maybe it weakens the minority opportunity district so that you have a Voting Rights Act problem. Those types of things could affect you in the remedy proceeding. They could affect you down the road. I don't have the kind of information to really advise on that. So I'm not sure if that's responsive to what you all are confronting, but maybe, feel free to follow up, Commissioner Eid, if that's not helpful.
Well, I mean, it's kind of like, I understand why, but it kind of sounds like it's kind of playing both sides there a little bit, Mr.
I mean,
yeah, because by that logic, should we can we redistrict the whole state? I don't, how far can we go?
So the answer would be, again, it would be a question of state law, and that happened in Covington. The North Carolina legislature had a remedial task, and it went and changed parts of the states that were quite far away. And the federal court said that that cannot be done. And the Supreme Court reversed and said that's not the job of the federal court to police that. It's beyond its remedial authority. That's why I say at the remedy phase here, if you did in theory redistrict the state, I don't encourage that. I don't know that I have doubts. I think I would have a compelling argument that the federal 3-judge panel it's not there to police that issue. There would be, presumably, if you did that, there would be some kind of state action, and then there would arise a question under the state constitution of whether there's some limits, and it would be a state law case. It would have to be, as I said, implicit. There's not a bar on mid-decade redistricting in the Michigan Constitution. I think there are compelling arguments to be had that any such bar would be tied to the principles related to disbanding the commission. I don't know exactly how that would work or whether we would win that. So I'm not encouraging you to go and redraw the whole map. I think there would be some risks associated with that, although it's very unclear you might actually win a case like that. But here, I think you have a policy question in front of you of what you want to do with this opportunity. And it is correct that in some ways, litigation counsel doesn't want to take sides in that policy dispute because that's not our job. We're leaving that to you all. And then the final point is I do understand from Commissioner Sotela's comments yesterday that part of what's motivating this is that there may be concerns that the racial gerrymandering went beyond the scope of the court's opinion, and maybe this is a good opportunity to sort of fix that. And as I said yesterday, I think that is a defensible view, even against a state law challenge, if you wanted to do that, because you would also have a principle of federal supremacy that could defend you in that state challenge. It doesn't mean that you have to do it. I don't believe you have to do it to get your map through the 3-judge panel. The panel is stuck with the districts it has jurisdiction over. Whether you want to be preemptive or deal with that is not something where I feel like the litigation counsel is in a position to really put the thumb on the scale one way or another. I hope that's helpful. I'm trying to answer the question, but there's uncertainty with what you're dealing with. Does that make sense, Commissioner Eden?
Yeah, that helps. I think I do not want to put words in your mouth, so please correct me if I'm wrong. But what I'm hearing is essentially it's up to us. It's whatever both sides are defensible, but it's up to us.
I think that's a fair summation of my bottom line view. We would defend if you went out and did what Commissioner Sotelo described. And I'm not even sure if that's what you're doing, because as Mr. Fink said, we're not sort of watching play by play, but what Commissioner Sotelo described to me of going out and preemptively changing other districts based on a view that racial predominance infected them, I'm very comfortable defending that. If you choose not to do that, I'm very comfortable defending that.
Okay, Commissioner Sotelo.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's my understanding of what was said yesterday, is that it is within our discretion, that it's not going to hurt us one way or another. And it sounds like you're confirming that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yeah, I still just have to reiterate, my beef with this is not that these are bad changes. I think these may be good changes. My question is the timing. We worked really hard and put our best effort forward to produce the very best maps that we could. And we produced 10 of them so that the public would have some variety to choose from and to give us feedback on that. And we did the best that we could. And then we put it out there and they came and they gave their comments. And then the first thing we did when we get back to the meeting is like, oh yeah, never mind that map. We're going to do it all over. It feels a little bit like a bait and switch. Like, if we thought this was so great, why didn't we do this before? Instead of waiting until after the public had any ability to weigh in on it. And why didn't we go out to these outlying communities and ask for their input? Because we didn't. And I mean, we got lots of Detroit input, but now these changes are going far beyond Detroit. And we didn't do any outreach. We didn't get any public input. And we waited until after anybody had a chance to even give any to decide to make the changes. And it's going to be one day they won't have a chance to go into the portal and say anything to us. We're going to vote today. That just seems like a pretty big change to make the day we're voting on the map.
Okay, I see other hands, but I've been waiting to say something. So,
well, can I just address that? Because there is, to some extent, that's a policy concern that's outside of my purview. To some extent, there is a legal concern there, which goes to the logical outgrowth point. I've been addressing least change, which is sort of a different legal construct. The logical outgrowth doctrine we talked about yesterday would require, as a matter of state law, we believe it's implicit in state law, would require that changes after the public comment period be the logical outgrowth of public comments. So and I don't know this, again, because I don't know exactly what's going on here, but if there's not a fair tie between changes that are happening in public comments, there is a vulnerability under that doctrine. Again, I doubt that the federal court would be able to enforce it. I could be proven wrong. They might come in and try to enforce that. And then there would be potential state law problems down the road. So I do think you should weigh that concern. There is a legal component to that, but it's different from maybe a least change. So I recognize it's very complicated, but hopefully that's helpful.
Okay, Commissioner Kellum.
Commissioner Orton, you said you had something to say, so I was waiting. I don't know why my hand keeps getting taken down, but if you want to speak first, you could please go ahead.
Okay, so I just want to kind of agree with what Commissioner Kellum was saying. I feel like we put maps out, and in this instance, called Motown, we put a Motown map out, people made comments, and now if we choose a map where we've made huge changes like this, it's no longer the map that we put out to them that they were saying that they liked. We could all say, oh, they all said they liked Motown, but this is not exactly that same map. That's just what I wanted to say. Go ahead, Commissioner Kellum.
So, two things. One, when we were talking about legal discussion, I think the argument or discussion, and I'm not a lawyer, just work with them, could be we were charged with this task of redrawing Detroit districts that were problematic. And born out of that was a further examination of issues holistically that were caused. It caused us to listen to Detroiters. It caused us to listen to citizens in a different way. And so what I see, we could say that this isn't the Motown map, but really it is. It goes back to what I was saying before. Are we saying that the suburban folks, AKA majority folks, are going to be upset with this map? Because these are comments, these changes reflect comments that we've been hearing for a year and a half, but we did not honor those changes because we were given a certain set of instructions, nor did we make these changes in this round because we were also tightly following the rules of not changing what's outside of what the court has access to. And so I have said, that I did not like this area and it should be changed. If I'm just going to be treated anecdotally, that's fine. Other people have said this. When I say other people, other citizens have said this. I don't have the meticulous notes where I've recorded every single public comment. So if this is going to be, a computing or statistical game, then that part of it is unfortunate. But I don't think that we should hold the attitude that this is a new wholesale change that no one has said or heard, because that's untrue. That is untrue. People have been talking about this western side of Detroit forever. There was the Blight Buster that I mentioned earlier. He is a prominent citizen of the community. He spoke out. We had the business owners from Sweet Potato Sensations. They came, that whole area came to our first hearings in Detroit. So to say that is a little dismissive, that this change came out of nowhere. I just completely disagree with that. These folks have been speaking about this area for a long time. And in general, people have said that they did not like in the past when we were drawing the map, there was a lot of dissatisfaction. So we're not redrawing the state. It wasn't that I heard our council say that you could just redraw everything, but what we've attempted to edit are changes that were, like I said, born out of this process, reflective of us understanding that we've made mistakes and we're changing those areas. Because if that's the case, we wouldn't have changed Southwest. We wouldn't have changed areas of Dearborn. We wouldn't have changed, we changed the areas that we were supposed to change. So that's and yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, so I just wanted to touch on the supposed novelness of these changes. We actually did have 3 collaborative maps that included redraws of districts 16, 17, and 18, including the Rosebud, the Sunflower, and the Marigold, all which had this same kind of east-west horizontal or vertical versus horizontal configuration. So it's not like this is something unique that is coming out for the first time. It's been proposed in multiple maps that have been out there. And then in terms of Richard's concerns about the illogical outgrowth, as I mentioned, when I first started drawing these districts, and I specifically asked Commissioner Kellum about them, is because we had received a public comment that included a map attached to it, which is the very map that we just redrew these districts using. So this came directly from a public comment about the best way to redraw those districts 16, 17, and 18. It included 2 draft maps in it, and the draft version 1 is the map that I used in redrawing these districts. So it's a direct outgrowth of public comment that we received during the public comment period specific to the Motown Sound map. So I don't really think we have any issues there.
Commissioner Kellum, your hand's up again. Do you want to say something else?
Sorry, I don't know why it's not highlighted on my end. I'll
Okay.
try to figure it
All right.
out.
So we had quite a discussion on that. We still have a motion. Director Woods?
Yes, it seems like the question becomes, and it's at the commission's discretion, what do you consider a logical outgrowth? And I think that's kind of where the commission is having some tension with regards to, what is that? How much does that include? Based upon the advice that has been given by council, is how much of a logical outgrowth from public comments does the commission want to consider? And as you've heard, that that's really up to the commission. So just want to reiterate that, hearing, summarizing some of the discussion that I was saying, how far does the commission want to go as it relates to the logical outgrowth?
Thank you. Commissioner Kellum?
Okay, my hand really is up this time. Thank you, Commissioner Orden. I will say this. I think it's 2 different things happening. And I think this is just perspective. There's a difference between a logical outgrowth of comments and a logical outgrowth of the process. And for me, my perspective, I'm speaking from the process, because if we go by comments, Detroit area or the Detroit area has had the same issue, and I don't want to punish those citizens for that. It is not up to all of them. It's easy to say, oh, we'll come out to the hearings, but some people don't have computers. So the way that we are trying to do outreach to them isn't effective. Some of them are blue collar or hardworking people, whatever their jobs are, so they can't come in the morning. So these are things that maybe were different in other parts of the state. So if we're not going to adjust our ears and our methods to redraw for the area that we're supposed to redraw, and that includes communication, I think the expectation has to change. And maybe that's the teacher part of me, but if you can't expect something from someone if you haven't taught them how. And we saw that firsthand at the hearings. There was a huge gap in understanding, thinking that we were the city council, thinking that we were another body, thinking that we had control over things that we simply did not have control over. So if we're conducting or going through this process, looking at comments, that might be something that's not relevant to the city of Detroit. This is also why we're getting larger organizations and less citizens. That's not by mistake. That shows you that citizens still aren't 100% engaged in this process. And I just want to be careful that we're not punishing them. Oh, well, if there's not a comment for something, then it's not valid. I think we use what we have. And so I just wanted to quickly address those differences. There's a difference between the outgrowth of the process. Like this process has given us an opportunity to choose differently and say, all right, how can we get this right? And if we're still looking for public comment, we might miss what we're actually supposed to be listening to and what we're actually supposed to be doing.
Hey, Commissioner Eid?
I certainly understand that. But, we've had hundreds of comments saying put Melvindale back with District 3, literally hundreds. And some of that is advocacy, of course. But this is a public comment is a practice in advocacy. It's a practice in people coming out and speaking to us. And, because of different equitable issues, like Commissioner Kellum just said, different folks are going to be able to do that differently. But I don't understand why we're making such a big change for an area that had less public comments than an area that had hundreds of public comment. But they're different areas. For me, it's more so like the districts perform. We seem to have a disagreement on what is actually best for Detroit. In my opinion, how it was perfectly fine because the districts performed.
Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, I just want to thank Commissioner Kellum for her last statements because that is exactly what I've struggled with this entire time, is having the everyday average citizen, that one lone citizen, and making sure that their voices are heard and not drowned out by organized groups. And that's one of the things that I wrestled with the Detroit area, is not getting the public comment that I felt and really wanted to have for the area to do them justice. So thank you for bringing attention to that. And I would like to call the question.
Okay. Question
Second.
has been called. So I suppose we'll need a roll call vote for this.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I had to bring my screen back. The motion, would you like me to repeat the motion, Madam Chair? The original motion?
To move this changed version Motown Sound FCE2 forward.
Okay, you don't want me to put District 16, 17, 18 in there, just name it Motown Sound E2?
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
All right, gotcha. And to submit for VRA analysis, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. A yes vote means that you're in favor of adopting the changes to the Motown Sound E2 map and submit it to VRA for analysis. A no vote means that you are not in favor of that motion.
No, that's not correct at this stage. This is a motion to call the question. So we're just voting on whether or not we're going to vote on that one.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Thank you, Commissioner Lett. This is to close the discussion, call the question for the voting of the motion that I just mentioned. We would start with Commissioner Ede to move forward since the question has been called. If you are ready to move forward so that we can vote on the previous motion that I mentioned, you would say yes, and if you're not, then no. Commissioner Ede?
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum?
Yes.
Commissioner Lang?
Yes.
Commissioner Lett?
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon?
Yes.
Commissioner Orton?
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yes.
Commissioner Villette?
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner?
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss?
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade?
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan?
Yes.
Commissioner Curry?
Yes.
Unanimous vote, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And then we will do the next roll call vote. For the
And
motion.
so now we're back to Commissioner Zatella move to adopt the changes to the Motown Sound E2 map and to submit to VRA for analysis. A yes vote means that you are in favor of that motion, and a no vote means that you are not in favor of that motion. Commissioner Kellum?
Yes.
Commissioner Lang?
Yes.
Commissioner Lett?
No.
Commissioner Muldoon?
Yes.
Commissioner Orton?
No.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yes.
Commissioner Villette?
No.
Commissioner Wagner?
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss?
No.
Commissioner Andrade?
No.
Commissioner Callahan?
No.
Commissioner Curry?
Mm. Mm. What's the vote so far?
I just need your vote, please, ma'am.
Oh, geez.
This doesn't permanently change the map, just as a reminder.
Okay, I'm gonna say no.
Commissioner Ede?
No.
Madam Chair, with a vote of 8 no to 5 yes, the motion does not carry.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kellum, your hand has stayed up, so I'm assuming it doesn't mean to be up.
No, it's not me. On my end, it's not yellow,
Okay.
so I don't know why it's doing that. I'm so sorry, Commissioner Gordon.
All right. Okay, so we are still in the mapping deliberations. Are there any other tweaks that people wish to address? Okay, then I believe next we would need to go through the maps that are being considered and look at all of the information regarding them before we get ready to take a vote. Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I'd like to renew the motion that I made yesterday where I would like to remove the Bergamot 2, Bergamot 1, Tulip, and Water Lily from further consideration.
I second that.
Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to remove those before we start discussing. Commissioner Lang?
Yeah, I'm actually opposed to that. I believe yesterday it was stated that the rules, all of the maps that went to public comment get moved forward. And I know it didn't perform as well, but there were people that commented positively on Water Lily, so I'm against that.
Commissioner Lett?
Yeah, I still don't see any need to do that. We're gonna vote on all of these maps. At least they're up for a vote. And if they don't get any support, they will naturally fall off.
Okay, Commissioner Lang, your hand's up, but I think just still, did you have something else? Okay, Mr. Fink.
Thank you. I'm not sure if the commission wanted our opinion on this question, the legal opinion, but I'll offer it anyway. We did look at the rules that the commission did adopt, and I do think that it's permissible for the commission to do this if it wants to, which would be to, drop a couple of maps before getting to the voting procedure. I'm not opining on whether or not you should, from a, sort of a policy perspective. I do think that the rules that you adopted for the voting procedures would allow for it, but again, it's ultimately up to the commission if you want to just go ahead and just put them all in, and then as Commissioner Lett said, it'll just sort of naturally happen. Or if you want to get rid of some now, I think you could, but I just wanted to mention that. Thanks.
Commissioner Eid?
So just from like a policy standpoint, we've already had these out. So like, what is taking them out now actually do? Like, for example, let's say we vote it down, right? But then let's say, hypothetically, let's say we can't come to an agreement and then we have to go to like a ranked choice vote and I want to submit Water Lily. Would I still be able to do that?
I don't believe so. But Mr. Fink or Ms. Reinhardt maybe have the document in front of you.
So,
Sure.
yeah, the only thing that I can think of, Commissioner E, to answer your question, is because you haven't gone through to present the maps that are up for a vote yet. The result would be that you would no longer need to present those maps to the public if you vote to remove them from contention. And then, as to whether or not a commissioner could still actually vote for those maps, it does, the rules of procedure does say that you would, like, commissioners could put forth the map that they wish to vote on, or during the random selection, or sorry, during the ranked choice, and during the initial vote, that a commissioner could state the name of the map that they preferred. So I would defer to your legal counsel on whether or not a commissioner could still vote for them at that time. But I think that, you know, the rules that you have made are subject to, you know, procedural decisions that you all choose to make or amend with. So I'll defer to your legal counsel on that one.
Okay, Mr. Fink.
Yeah, so the rules talk about the draft proposed maps, and if by taking this vote right now, you're removing some of your quote draft proposed maps from that designation and from that group, then I do think you would, at least according to the rules as you have them now, I mean, this component isn't a constitutional issue from the way I read it. This is just in the rules that you put in place. I mean, you have to have this vote about, you know, the constitutional majority, determine whether or not you can get through that process. And if not, then constitutionally, you go to a ranked choice voting system. How you determine what's considered within that group is provided for in your rules. And the rules currently say that this for the ranked voting process, which I think and I'm just looking at my other screen here with the rules, but that Commissioner Reed had asked about, the secretary will call on each commissioner in rotating alphabetical order to audibly indicate the draft proposed map they would like to submit for the ranked choice vote. So I think if you're taking this vote now and removing some of those maps from that designation, then as the rules are drafted now, I think you would be precluded from offering up one of those. For example, if Water Lily or Bergamot is removed right now, then you wouldn't be able to do that unless, you know, the commission, I suppose, could take up another vote to, you know, reconsider that or something. But I do think it wouldn't be you know, provided for within the rules to consider one of those in the ranked choice voting process.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Zatella.
No, I think I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner Kellum, do you mean to have your hand up?
Oh, I was just gonna respond to what Anthony said, like what would be the point. In my view is just efficiency, and it also kind of goes against what I've been saying. If we know already what maps we like, and not just like, but are better maps, then we can start from that premise. That's what my train of thought was.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, sorry, my train of thought came back to me. I was basically going to say what Commissioner Kellum said. The purpose is just so we don't have to present on those 4 maps that don't seem to have a lot of support and have the lowest VRA numbers to begin with, because they each only have 9, I think, based on the last count I saw, not including Pontiac. And so that's just the point of it, is just to be more efficient because we are limited on time. And it sounds like we'll still have the ability to bring that map in if we come to rate choice voting. So yeah, it's just really to try to save time.
I understood him to say we could not bring it in when it gets to ranked choice voting.
Unless there's a motion to reconsider that. So you could technically undo it if you wanted to. Commissioner Sattel, I apologize for the interruption. I caught it was Bergamot 2, Water Lily, and what other map?
Hold on, let me look. Water Lily and Tulip.
Got it. Thank you.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, so in order to save time, we were going to get rid of those, but we're spending more time discussing whether we can get rid of them. And in fact, I thought we had to kind of, for the public, go through each one and say why we're not considering it. I understand that, you know, we don't want to sit through the whole VRA analysis if we're not going to consider it. But I do think we have to say specifically why we're not going to put them forward.
So my thought on this is I agree with that. I think we should probably eliminate, if we want to eliminate like those 4, we should do it one by one so that we state the reasons why for that one. But we will take this vote. Commissioner Sotelo.
Yeah, I'm just going to withdraw the motion so we can move on.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So then we, I believe, are at the point where we will start looking at the maps and look at all the information about them. Is that accurate? Okay, so I think I don't know if the list I have in front of me is not alphabetical. It is according to how many districts were changed. So I don't know if that is how we should go, but the first one I see is Daisy 2. So I guess we would have John bring that up.
Sure. So I would bring up the map in Autobound, but if you want to reference some of the other documents, I might take those from my districting site because they're all in one place rather than me hunting around in my file folders to find them for you, if that's agreeable.
Sure.
Okay. All right, so just a moment, I'll load. And which one was it? You said the Daisy 2?
Yes.
Okay.
While that's being pulled up, I just thought it might be helpful as a reminder to reread some of the items you might consider discussing while this is being reviewed. It's recommended in the process document for you to discuss information about the map, to go through some of the various numbers associated and analysis associated with the map, but also for each commissioner to express during this discussion if the map is preferred and why, or not preferred and why, as you all alluded to earlier. So that's it.
Okay, and then is that like not a vote, but are we going to go around, or people just say it if they want to say it? Because not everyone's going to say on
Sure.
the map.
Yeah, I think it's more of a just say it if you want to say it. If you have something to contribute about what your preference is or why you don't prefer it, it's, now's the time.
Okay. So,
okay, so this is the Daisy 2 plan in my version of Autobound. And then if we need to reference the documents, we can pull them from the website here.
okay, so just as a reminder, this is the plan where every other district was locked besides the 7 that were required to be changed. And so maybe we just take a moment to look at it. Can you move it so we can see down just a little bit there? If anyone wants to talk about any of the configuration, go ahead.
I'll start. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand. I think though Daisy 2 performs well in terms of VRA districts. I think by it locking the districts, and I've said this before, it doesn't offer enough opportunity for the districts that we are tasked with redrawing, particularly using District 8 as an example. It scoops down into almost downtown and doesn't make geographical sense, and it doesn't do the best for the demographics and communities of interest for Detroit.
Okay. I was thinking more of if someone wants to just kind of describe the districts and how they are, and without opinion of whether we like it or not like it, but I guess it's okay if we want to say our opinion while we're describing it. Anthony.
Sure. So like what was just said, this map only changed the districts that the court said we had to change. And in doing that, the other surrounding districts, like 5 and 6, are the same as Hickory, and as well as this is one of the only maps that has 3 and 15 being the same as Hickory. We heard from a lot of folks that they didn't want 3 and 15 changed. As far as what did change, you have a District 1 that includes River Rouge, and that area of downriver up up through Southwest Detroit, incorporating some parts of downtown Detroit and the west side of Detroit. You have a District 11 that starts in downtown Detroit and goes up the river through the points. You have a District 12 that takes into account East Point, crossing south into Detroit, taking in Harper Woods, East English Village, Rosedale. 9 didn't change, 13 didn't change. 7 and 14 did. District 7 has a suburban Oakland County district of Royal Oak, Madison Heights, Huntington Woods, Berkeley, crosses into over 8 Mile a little bit for its closest neighborhoods. Royal Oak Township here is split between District 6 and District 7. And what else? 14 is a Macomb County centered district, but crosses into the northern portions of Detroit. And Commissioner Kellum already spoke on District 8, and I think she was very accurate in what she said.
Okay, so John, could we see the partisan fairness and VRA, whichever way you want to do it? And I just want to say, Mr. Morgan, we really appreciate how good you are at helping us see the map and see the different areas and take your time. That's appreciated.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm just getting a fresh download of this. So it's just in my Query downloads. But this is the partisan fairness for that plan. Just double check. 29 Daisy 2, yes, okay. Okay, so on the Daisy 2, the top line numbers are the lopsided margin is 5.4 for the Republicans. The mean median is 2.4 for the Republicans. The efficiency gap is 3.1 for the Republicans. And the seats vote ratio is 1.7 for the Democrats. The seat count is 60 Democrat, 50 Republican.
Thank you.
Okay, what other item did you want to look at from this list or something else?
VRA analysis, I guess.
Okay, so that's going to show the map. So this is the PDF version of the maps that were created. So counting District 18, which was not changed in this, and likewise 17, 16, 5, and 6. So you've got, well, you can reference how many performing districts you have in the plan.
Okay, and so after a second, maybe the VRA and this was called analysis or data, I can't remember.
This is the analysis. The data is the spreadsheet. Okay, so when we've looked at this before, we generally were just acknowledging that the what makes them a performing district is this area here, which is the estimated turnout in primaries for 2018 and 2022. And if they're both black higher than white, then it gets the designation of yes. And then the secondary point is the primary pool, which is a little bit different. And that has another yes, no in it. But the ones that showed on the map and the ones that seem to have been highlighted by the legal team was this one here. And so it's, yeah, if you want to look at that.
And as I mentioned earlier today, that column Z is the one that colors the green versus the blue on that map there. And then the text that goes in there is the column all the way to the right-hand side that tells us it's AD and AE that shows you the percentages on that side as labels.
Okay, thank you. If there's not any questions, we'll keep going. So I suppose I should have started at the top. Districts shall be of equal population, but we know in all of these plans that already has been met. I don't know if people want to look at that or not. We can look at the plan deviation.
Yeah, the quick version has that. And sorry, Executive Director Woods has.
Oh.
No, I just want to concur with the chair that all of these maps have been reviewed for the 7 rank redistricting criteria when presented to the court by the February 1 deadline. The only thing that would be different would obviously be the one done yesterday. And the only other thing that would be different from what was presented to the court, besides the one done yesterday, would also be the public comments that were received after they were proposed.
Okay, thank you. So are you suggesting, since we know they all comply with 7 ranked redistricting criteria, we don't need to go through each of them? I
Unless
understood that we need to.
I will defer to legal counsel on that, but it was stipulated, and I think we talked earlier through the Mr. Braden presentation and also echoed by Mr. Brace with regards to the opportunity districts to make sure that everyone understood where they were located as it relates to Pontiac not showing up initially. I know they're in the process of correcting it if they haven't finished it already, but that information is there. It's also available with regards to the data, and then the explanation was provided by Mr. Brace with regards to districts that might be blue but have a purple box around it because the data wasn't consistent between the 2018 and 2022 election. So I would defer to legal counsel and the will of the commission.
Okay, well, it will save a lot of time if we don't have to go through everyone. We just need to go through the one that we made tweaks on yesterday. Unless legal counsel wants to chime in and give us any bad news. Mr. Fink?
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, the question is, can you avoid going through the analysis on the population and VRA as to all the districts that you've already had that discussion and analysis in the record? As the VRA issue, I'd ask if Mr. Braden feels the need to, or is welcome to jump in to the extent that he thinks that there needs to be, more of a discussion as to those other maps. But to the extent that you've already had that discussion on the maps and those have not been changed since you had that discussion, I don't see any reason that you need to, do that more. You certainly can have a discussion to the extent that it's relevant to your consideration of, the different maps. But, I think just important that we have a very nice, clear record discussing all of the ranked criteria for all of the maps in our record. And to the extent that it's not there, particularly for like the new map, it should certainly be done. And those are all relevant criteria to discuss, but I don't think you need to go over and provide, essentially be redundant on anything that's already been discussed. Thank you. And I see Mr. Braden's friendly faces popped up here, so.
And I believe that all the plans, including Motown Sound, the new version of Motown Sound, all comply, I believe, with the Voting Rights Act. So you can, obviously, there are issues you might wish to discuss on that issue relating to, other aspects, I guess, but in the sense of a need at this time to affirmatively go through each one and say it complies, you believe it complies with the Voting Rights Act. Time is limited. I'm not sure that's a worthwhile use of your time.
Great. Then we won't do that. So, okay, then do people feel that it's worthwhile to go through each map and just take another look at them as we are this one right now with Daisy before we move on to voting? Commissioner Lang.
I would like to see each of the maps just as a reminder, because some of them but I don't think we have to go in depth. If we could
Right.
bring them up one by one and maybe take a quick note, that would be great.
Okay. So, Mr. Morgan, I'll just give you the names that I have on this list that are done by how many districts were changed in them. So it's not alphabetical, but that way we
Okay.
won't miss any.
All right.
So this is Daisy 2. Next is Tulip. And after we look at it, I think I'll try something. I would motion that we disregard Tulip or take it out of the lineup, because I personally haven't heard any positive about Tulip. So if anybody wants to second that, we can discuss it.
A second.
Okay, so a motion and a second to take Tulip out of the consideration. Is there any discussion? Commissioner Lang?
Can I see it up close before I vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
So this was the one, it changes the 7 districts that were required plus District 4, 9, and 13. Okay, any discussion on this? And I'm only doing this because I believe this is one that there isn't any favorable comment for. I could be wrong, and maybe somebody likes it, so we'll see when we vote. So can we have a roll call vote? Unless somebody has something, last chance.
Are we ready, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Okay. You were calling for last chance. I didn't want to. I
don't see anything.
Commissioner, the motion before you is to disregard and remove the Tulip map for consideration. A yes vote means that you're in favor of the motion, and a no vote means that you are not in favor of removing the Tulip map. I will begin with Commissioner Lang.
Yes.
Commissioner Lett.
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Orton.
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella.
Yes.
Commissioner Vallette.
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner.
Yes.
Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry.
Yes.
Commissioner Ede.
This is to eliminate Tulip, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum.
Yes.
Madam Chair, with a unanimous vote, the motion carries.
Okay, then we will move on to Bergamot 1. Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I actually would like to make a motion to remove the Daisy from consideration as well.
Second.
Okay,
And I can just speak to that real quickly. I just think out of all the maps that we have, it's the most problematic, primarily because it, by locking districts, effectively recreates District 1 and what was District 10 are virtually identical. And I just don't think that we have a realistic opportunity of that being considered by the court as being responsive to their order. And then I think keeping in Districts 5 and 6, which the court specifically mentioned, although they didn't order us to redo it because it wasn't part of their jurisdiction, specifically mentioned that district is combining Birmingham with deep into Detroit as being objectionable. I just think that this map is problematic and we should not even consider advancing it.
any other discussion on the motion? Commissioner Eid.
I think it should stay in consideration. Doesn't mean we got to vote for it at the end of the day, but I like the map. I think it, it does good from a VRA perspective. And while it's not my favorite map, I think it is it's an adequate choice for us to have.
Anything else? Okay, so can we have a roll call vote on removing Daisy 2 from consideration?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, I gotta bring this back up. The motion before you is to remove Daisy 2 map for consideration. I will begin with Commissioner Lett.
Commissioner Lett, we couldn't hear you if you said something.
I lost focus. We're voting to remove,
Remove Daisy 2 from consideration.
yes.
Thank you, sir. Marcus Muldoon,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
No.
Rebecca Zatella,
Yes.
Janice Villette,
No.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
No.
Elaine Andrade,
Yes.
Donna Callahan,
No.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Eid,
No.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
Yes.
Madam Chair, with a vote of 9 yes to 4 no, the motion carries to remove Daisy 2.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're moving on to Bergamot 1. If you'll pull that up, John, thank you. Commissioner Zatella, your hand is still up. Do you have something else?
Oh, sorry about that. Is it down now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this is Bergamot 1. It changed. Same.
Sorry,
It
just-
changed.
Yeah, I just wanted to get the materials ready if you needed.
Okay, it changed the 7 that we had to change plus districts 4, 9, and 13. And let's see. find out on the list. Okay, it also changes 2, 3, 5, 6, and 16. If anyone wants to speak to this, they can, or we will move on. Commissioner Lang.
I don't want to speak to it. I have a question. Is this the map where they were trying to keep a Hispanic community of interest together? Was that, I think there was a couple of
does.
maps, but
Mhm.
was that on this particular one?
Yes, it's
Okay.
District 1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then we will move on to Bergamot 2.
Yeah, just a moment.
Okay, does anyone want to speak to this map? Can you move the map so we can see the bottom of District 1? I believe it's probably the same.
I believe the difference between these is in this version, Harper Woods is with District 10, and the other version, it's not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if no one has anything else for this map, then we will move to Spirit of Detroit. Oh, first, I'm sorry, let me say, this changed the same exact districts as Bergamot 1. So now Spirit of Detroit. And Spirit of Detroit changes the same districts as well. So that is the 7 we had to change plus 4, 9, and 13 plus 2, 3, 5, 6, and 16.
Great. Give me a second. Okay, that's the spirit of Detroit.
Does anyone want to speak to this one? Okay, this one changed the same as the last two or three. Commissioner Eid.
I'll speak to it. I think it's a good option. Let me get this cat out the way for a second. Thanks. Yeah, so this is Spirit of Detroit. I think, some folks were there last week when Commissioner Kellum and I were describing public, but it started off from Bergamot, and then we made some community of interest changes for the Detroit community specifically. Those changes resulted in a couple of things. One, as you can see, some of the districts, 5, 8, 11, and 12 cross 8 Mile in limited ways that I think make a whole lot of sense. And the other districts, like District 9, let's just take it from the top. So changes a lot of districts, but District 2 includes Melvindale with Allen Park and some of the downriver communities. District 1 is similar to the District 1 that we saw before, only it also includes Ecorse in that downriver southwest community. District 3 has pretty much all of Dearborn with a little bit of the Warren area. District 4 is a more Detroit-centered district than what we saw before. It's comprised wholly of Detroit. 5 has Detroit with Oak Park. It also recombines Royal Oak Township. Yep, that little area right there. District 8 combines the community of interest from Ferndale to Palmer Park and Palmer Woods, while also taking in a little bit of northwestern Detroit. District 9 combines the downtown, midtown, university areas, along with New Center Commons, and has a horizontal configuration up the river through Belle Isle, stopping at Grosse Pointe Park. District 12 is a combination of East Point, Harper Woods, East English Village, Morningside, and District 10 is the points along with some of St. Clair Shores.
Thank you.
And Harper Woods is in there as well with District 10.
Okay. So I think ready to move on to Water Lily. Which also changes the same exact districts as Bergamot 1, 2, and Spirit of Detroit.
Okay, this is the water lily map, the original water lily map.
Okay. Anyone want to describe this one at all? This one came from Spirit of Detroit. Is that right? Anthony, please.
Yeah, I believe we kind of made this one and Spirit of Detroit concurrently from Bergamot because for this one, Water Lily, the biggest difference is these districts don't cross 8 Mile. So you have, District 5 is only Detroit, District 4 is only Detroit, District 8 is only Detroit, 11 is only Detroit. You don't cross 8 Mile until you get to 12 and 10. Um, but the districts 1, 9, 3, 2 are all pretty similar to what we just said in Spirit of Detroit.
Yeah.
This has a District 8 that's centered around Detroit and Highland Park, a District 11 that's centered around Detroit and Hamtramck. The District 12 in this configuration includes Harper Woods, along with East Point and Northeast Detroit, instead of the last configuration that we saw that has Harper Woods with Grosse Point in District 10.
Okay, thank you.
Because this one doesn't cross 8 Mile, if you go to District 6 and 7, District 6 has Oak Park, along with some of Royal Oak going up into Birmingham. Royal Oak Township is split in this one. District 7 is the rest of Royal Oak, along with Madison Heights and Hazel Park. District 14 is more Macomb County centered. It's only Macomb County, but also includes the city of Centerline.
Thank you. So now Willow.
Can we see the partisan fairness numbers for this one?
Yeah, if anybody wants to see anything on any of these, please speak up.
Okay, so the top line numbers on the lopsided margin are 5.6 for Republican. The mean median difference is 2.9 for Republican. The efficiency gap is 3.1 for Republican, and the seats vote ratio is 1.7 for the Democrats, 60 Democratic seats, and 50 Republican seats.
Thank you.
And then you said you wanted to see Willow.
Yes, please.
Okay, that's the Willow map.
Anyone want to talk about this? So this one came from Water Lily, which Anthony already described where that came from. It does cross 8 Mile in those specific ways and has the Lakeshore District, keeps Ecorse and River Rouge together. Has a really compact District 8 right there in the middle, I notice. And it changes the same districts as those that have been before it. Water Lily, Spirit of Detroit, and the Bergamots. Okay, so Motown Sound. Commissioner Eid. Oh, you're muted.
How do we feel about eliminating this one? I haven't heard much in support of it compared to some of the other maps, but
I like Willow.
you like Willow? Okay.
I do. But, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I actually like Willow, and I believe this is one of the few maps that actually has 12 VRA districts as well.
Right. It did score high, yeah.
It's one of the best scoring in terms of the VRA.
This is the VRA map, if that confirms what Commissioner Zatella was saying.
Mr. Callahan.
So this map has actually, I mean, all of the partisan fairness scores are fairly close together, but they're not perfectly close together. And Willow has the worst score as far as the mean median efficiency. It goes from the best score of like a 2.4 up to a 2.9. So it's a 0.5 percentage point worse than our best option. I'd like to have a better understanding. I don't know what 2.4 and 2.9 means to you, but it doesn't mean a whole lot to me in terms of what does that imply in an election. I would really like it if one of the statisticians could come on and tell me, what does a 10% difference mean? Is it meaningful? When does it become meaningful that it's higher? Is it a 0.5 percentage? Is it a percent? What do those numbers mean? There's no units attached to it. There's no understanding or explanation of what those numbers are.
Okay. Yeah, maybe one of our people can come on and say. I will just say that Lisa Hanley has reviewed all of these and said they are all well within a good range. So Kim Brace, I see that you're on.
Yes, Dr. Hanley is the one best suited to talk about these scores and what do they mean. Unfortunately, she is in a trial up in New York or some other place right this week. So she's really unavailable for us during the day because she's on the stand. But as Commissioner Orton says, that she has said that they were all within the realm.
Within the realm of what?
Of
There's no clarity to that for me. I don't understand. I mean, I still don't. All of these numbers are kind of goofy because they're estimates and whatnot. But I'm still just saying, to say it's within the realm, I don't know. Does that mean the Democrats are more likely to lose 20% of the time? Or are they more likely to lose 50% of the time? I mean, I don't know what that number means. Is it like it's a wash, nobody would ever know the difference? No explanation.
We can try to get her on the line to give you a little bit more distinction on that side. Unfortunately, she's much more cognizant in what it means on that side.
I think
I just hate to downplay it, and like it's not important. When I think if you ask 90% of the citizens in the state of Michigan what it's really important for us to do is to get partisan fairness right. So I don't want us to just go, oh, it's kind of the same and wave it off as if it's so different. We need to understand what we're approving.
Well, we had the presentation by Dr. Hanley that explained how they come about, the different formulas they use to come about each of these metrics. And that's probably the explanation we're going to get.
I understand how the numbers are computed. I know what a mean median is. I mean, I get that. I don't have a good feel personally for how that would apply to a close election. Well, I would love someone to tell me in a close election, what might that mean? And I don't feel like I have any understanding of the difference. A 2.4 4 score versus a 2.9 score might mean in a close election. And that's what we're supposed to be getting right. So I think we should pay attention to it.
Mr. Braden, do you have something?
Well, this is on the other side of my Chinese wall, but let me make a brief comment. First of all, we have actually litigated this issue and went up to the state Supreme Court. And my understanding, although I haven't looked at the numbers in detail one by one recently, that all the plans that we're considering now have numbers overall that are the same or better than the scores that the Michigan Supreme Court approved. So at least from the perspective of the Michigan Supreme Court and Michigan law, these plans all comply with partisan fairness. The reality of your concern about these numbers is real, because these are all political science constructs, each which you have multiple ones of them, because I can assure you that each one of them has some significant limitations in circumstances. So the long and short of this is kind of a gross level look. How it would affect individual elections, the answer is you can't take these numbers and drill them down to an individual election. I've used this analogy before, but let me use it again. This is political science. It's not hard science. You know, if you're doing chemistry and you got an oxygen and hydrogen atoms at a certain temperature, at a certain pressure, they always give you water or water vapor or ice. These numbers don't provide you an ability to, to really say, oh, how does this, is this going to affect this or this in a particular race? No, they're too gross of numbers for that. These give you, and the reason why you have multiple ones, you'll notice that they don't all agree. And here's the other limitations, not to give everybody a headache. The geography of the state of Michigan, you have geographically based plans. The geography of the state of Michigan, when combined with the partisan breakdown of the state, make it extraordinarily difficult to draw a plan that would zero out all, in fact, impossible, draw a plan that would zero out all these numbers. So these give you some general guidelines. They really don't tell you who's going to win any particular election in any particular year. Voters do different things at different times. I'm sorry, that's certainly not totally satisfactory answer to you. And I don't really want to wade into the sort of trying to describe what the statistics are based on, because if I remember, I will remember that I don't remember. I'll just make too many mistakes describing the underlying statistical analysis.
So I'll just make one comment here. Well, two, actually. I'm not a lawyer, and maybe I'm wrong when I state this, but my understanding is that the Supreme Court has said racial gerrymandering is illegal, but partisan gerrymandering is not. So I don't know that I would expect the Supreme Court to come in and weigh in on partisan gerrymandering. They have not agreed to address that wrong. That's something that the citizens of Michigan have asked us to do. Of all the numbers we see on all the maps, they were almost all the same. They vary by maybe a tenth of a point, sometimes a little bit more than, a couple of tenths of a point. This is the only data point. This is the only map that I'm aware of that has a data point that varies quite as much. And it's the mean median one. Partisan fairness is a fairly important one. And the Willow has the worst score on that by about half a percentage point over the best score. So that's the only point. So if we're looking at really making partisan fairness important, I think the Willow map gets deemed on that criteria.
Director Woods.
Yes, Commissioner Callahan, let us get back to you on that answer. As you know, we bifurcated our litigation counsel from our Voting Rights Act counsel. And so we want to get that answer to you through our litigation counsel. We're trying to find a statistician to articulate that difference. So if you just give us a minute, we will try to get that to you as you continue to deliberate. We're working on it right now. Thank you.
Thank you. That would be very helpful.
Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, getting back to the Willow map, I just, at first I kind of liked it because of the Voting Rights Act, the numbers, but then when you look at, it's got a lot of negative comments, and particularly in District 14, where it's split between 3 separate counties. I mean, Warren is already split between 4 districts, but then one of those districts is in 3 counties. So that's doesn't have, for me, good optics.
Commissioner Eid.
Two things. One, can you pull up the partisan fairness numbers for this map? We haven't actually seen it yet. Well,
I thought we just looked
we looked at Water Lily.
at it.
Or was that Willow? I thought that was, we looked at Water Lily.
Let's see. Okay. Okay, so the lopsided margins top line number is 5.6 towards Republican. The mean median is 2.9 towards Republican. The efficiency gap is 3.1 towards Republican. And the seats vote ratio is 1.7 towards the Democrats, with the seat count 60 Democrat seats and 50 Republican seats.
Okay, thank you. What the second thing is, you know, for me, what matters is it's either at or better than what we originally had with Hickory, because I do think that map was fair from a partisan fairness perspective, giving both sides the opportunity to win if they receive, you know, the most votes statewide. But yeah, you know, that's really a great question. How much does, you know, going from 2.4 to 2.9 matter?
Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I have a couple comments. I would certainly encourage Commissioner Callahan to go back and look at Dr. Hanley's report on partisan fairness, both the most recent one she gave to us and the original one going back about 2 years ago. One of the things she did mention in those discussions was that compliance with the VRA can sometimes affect the partisan fairness measures, and that, you know, particularly for the lopsided margin and the mean median, you can see those numbers go up the more attention is given to complying with the Voting Rights Act. So given that this map has 12 VRA districts or 11 VRA districts, I believe the Willow has, I don't really think, my opinion, 2.9 is that significant of a variation on the mean median, particularly given that the efficiency gap and the seats votes are the same for all the plans, not just the Willow, but for all the plans. And you know, I just think it's our general goal, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong here, is that we were generally, based on Dr. Hanley's analysis, trying to stay below 4. The closer you get to 0, obviously, the more fair supposedly the map is, but this would be what we would consider within specs to be 2.9. And so I wouldn't throw out a map simply because of that. And then if we are going to throw out a map because of that, then we would also need to throw out the bergamot, the tulip, and the water lily, which all have the same 2.9 mean median partisan fairness. So just from my perspective, like I don't consider 2.4, 2.5, and 2.9 to be huge variations that I would think that one map should not be considered versus another. Thanks.
You. Commissioner Lang.
Okay, to echo on that, when you look at the partisan fairness of all the maps, I believe the seat vote count is what a lot of people have looked at, and on all of them, it's the same 1.7 in favor of Democrats. Also, I think we need to remember, we got to take into consideration, these are ranked in the order of importance, and community of interest, VRA, equal population, all come before that. So if this map was done based on community of interest and it moved it 0.5 percentage point, I think that's kind of one of the give and takes of the whole ranked process. So just kind of want to put that out there.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, we're moving on to Motown Sound. And this is the original Motown Sound. So this one changed the same exact districts as Willow and those before it. So that is the 7 districts we had to change, plus 4, 9, 13, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 16.
Okay, give me a second to get that up on the screen.
Are you having trouble, Mr. Morgan?
Yeah, but it's almost resolved. Just one second.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, does anyone want to speak to this one? Commissioner Eid?
I'll speak to it, but anybody else, please feel free to jump in. This actually was the same as the Spirit of Detroit map that we just looked at a second ago, with changes to District 10, 12, and 13 to make it more VRA compliant. This adds District 10 being in compliance with the VRA. And to do that, it moved in, if you want to zoom in on that area, it moved in Harper Woods to be along with the Grosse Pointes. And for District 10 and District 12, it has East Point, much like Spirit of Detroit, going down into northeastern Detroit and taking up a little bit of the lakeshore area of St. Clair Shores. And District 13 then takes on the remaining parts of St. Clair Shores and Macomb County.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I just looking at the map of voting rights effectiveness, I didn't think District 10 qualified as being a VRA district, that it wasn't performing under this map.
Did you want me to load that?
Yes.
Yeah, if you could, yeah.
Okay, just a moment.
So it has the box around it, but when we when we drew it and asked Mr. Braden if it's close enough, he said yes, that he'd be very comfortable considering it a VRA district. So I don't know if, to me, it's a VRA district, and but maybe he wants to chime in on that.
Before Mr. Braden talks, I also have the spreadsheet if you need to reference that, and I'll go back to the map.
I don't see Mr. Braden showing his picture.
Here, my smiling face is back. John, could you bring up the statistics for it? And then would you just highlight that column for that particular district? Yeah, there we go. And so, yeah.
Okay. Do you just want to go to the voting data, or do you want to look at any of the demographic data as well?
Just the voting data. Let's look at that first.
So here's the estimated turnout in the.
Yeah, that would be very competitive, assuming we had totally polarized voting. Yeah, you can see how close the numbers are, and you can see why it wasn't colored. Do I think if you want my view, I have no problem going to a court, or in this case the master, and arguing that this, on the face of it, with these numbers, is so close to that this is very highly likely to elect a candidate of choice to the Black community. I don't see any reason to believe that isn't what would happen. We've used the other sort of cutoff, kind of a higher standard, but the truth of the matter is, if you look at these numbers, most of the time, which is what we're talking about here, the candidate of choice of the minority community certainly has an equal opportunity to be elected in this district, but with these numbers, they don't quite make a majority, so that's the reason why we didn't color it in. But it's basically a push, given the flex in these turnout numbers. You understand these turnout numbers are estimates. So the difference between the two of these is certainly within the margin. This isn't the exact term. The statisticians won't like me when I say this, but for terms of what the rest of us know, this is the classic within inside the margin of error of the technique being used. So essentially, it's just a push. And that, it being a push, means it's more likely than not there's an equal opportunity for the Black community to elect this candidate of choice.
Thank you. Commissioner Zatella, your hand's up. Did you have something else?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is it down now?
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if there's nothing else on that one, we can move to Riverwalk.
Can we see the partisan fairness numbers on this one too, please? Sorry.
Okay, so the top line numbers are lopsided margins are 5.5 for Republican. The mean median is 2.4 for Republican. The efficiency gap is 3.1 for Republican. And the seats vote ratio is 1.7 towards the Democrats, with the count of seats 60 Democrat, 50 Republican.
Thank you. Okay, so Riverwalk next.
Okay.
So Riverwalk changes the 7 that we had to change, plus 4, 9, and 13. And one more than the previous ones that we've been looking at. So districts 2, 3, 5, 6, 16, and 17.
So I can talk a little bit about Riverwalk. Riverwalk created a Western Wayne district to account for population moving to the western side. It also made some tweaks that we'll see in the other version of Motown to clean up boundaries in Detroit. So it shifted people from District 1 to District 7 so that Wildemere Park wasn't split. It shifts people from 1 to 9. And it improved some compactness around Jefferson Avenue or Gold Coast. It switched Garden View and part of Warren Avenue Commons with North. So that kept communities together. John, you're getting really good at this. You're like a pseudo Detroiter. Thank you. It shifts Weatherby neighborhood from District 16 to District 4 and added Far West Detroit and Grandmont from District 4 to District 16. And it kept Rosedale and Grandmont COI together, but then it ended up splitting it at the end because there was some population shifts that occurred. So I think in this map, it actually still was split. That's in towards District 16 and 4. And then it moved Evergreen and Outer Drive and part of the Holcomb community from District 16 to 17. And then finally, it shifted Northwest community from District 8 into District 4 for population. So those are the small tweaks that were made, which sounds like a lot, but they were incremental to this map on top of the Western Wayne district. We thought it would create a little bit more for the VRA and it didn't, but more importantly, it was keeping communities together and neighborhoods together.
Thank you.
Is there any request to see any of the documents with that map?
I don't see any.
Okay.
So next is Commissioner Zatella's map. Do you want to lead that, Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah. John, if you could just get it open.
Yeah, just 1 second.
Yep.
You want to speak to the districts that it changes, Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I can, once we get a map up.
Sorry, it just takes me a minute to find the right one here.
That's all right. That's all right. No worries.
Okay, so it's loading there and I, just want to confirm, since I haven't shown this yet, I just want to confirm that it is what you think it is.
It appears to be, yes. Okay, so we're just going to start with just generally, this map was drawn around communities of interest. I was trying to preserve from our last round of public comments, plus anything else that we also received, those communities of interest maps. I went over them when I originally presented them, so I'm not going to do that all now, but I will just generally touch on it. So for District 1, that is built around the Latinx community. We received a map from Oscar for that one, so that was drawn around that. District 2 is to keep Allen Park, Melvindale, and Lincoln Park together because we had received community of interest comments around that. Districts 3 and 15, that's Dearborn and Dearborn Heights, very high Arabic population. We received community of interest maps around those districts as well. And they had requested that Dearborn be in 2 districts. So this is keeping Dearborn with Dearborn Heights in 2 districts together, and then keeping those parts of Dearborn Heights that have commonality with that strip of Dearborn Heights along Dearborn and Dearborn Heights that have the commonality along the Ecorse Creek together, because they do tend to have some unique issues around flooding. And so I wanted those communities to be together. District 4 is, again, keeping communities there. There was a specific Rouge Park community that was a community of interest that was identified, so that district is built around that. District 7, which is immediately to the east, is built around the Dexter Linwood community of interest that was submitted there. District 9 is built around the Banglatown community of interest that we had received. District 8 is keeping together the LGBTQ plus community of Ferndale and portions of Detroit, including Palmer Park. District 5 is keeping together Oak Point with parts of Detroit, and it also butts out a little bit into Southfield to keep together that Orthodox Jewish community of interest that we had received feedback about, that wanted to be kept with Oak Park as well. So if we just go a little to the east, I'm going to go over to District 10 and District 11. So this is a little unusual from some of the other maps that we've done, because this does split the 5 Grosse Pointe communities into 2 different districts. So we have Grosse Pointe Park, Grosse Pointe, and Grosse Pointe Farms together with Morningside, Cornerstone, East English Village, Jefferson Chalmers, and Indian Village as well. And the reason for that was the request of those neighboring communities, Morningside, East English Village, Cornerstone, to be with those portions of Grosse Pointe. It also promotes VRA compliance in this map as well. Then we have East Point, Grosse Pointe Woods, and Grosse Pointe Shores combined with Harper Woods and portions of Detroit to create another VRA district as well. District 13 is portions of the Bangladesh community that we were not able to include in District 9 due to population. So it includes portions of Detroit as well as the lower portion of Warren to keep those communities together. And then if we could kind of drag over to 16 and 17. So this was, again, built around communities of interest, keeping Rosedale Park, Minnock Park, and Grandmont together in District 16, with Detroit combined with a small amount of Redford as part of that community. And then District 17 is Livonia and portions of Redford combined as well. Southfield I reconfigured, which is District 18, to put 18 and 19 so that Southfield was mostly whole because that was split previously with 19. And then if you go down to 25 and 26, this creates another VRA district here. This is Inkster, which was originally placed with Garden City based on previous advice that we had received. And by restructuring that, you're able to bring the VRA levels in this map up to, there's 12 VRA districts in Wayne County, which is, I believe, the highest of the maps. And then 13 if you include Pontiac as well. And then can we look at the partisan fairness for this map? So the lopsided margin is 5.5. The mean median is 2.4. which is equivalent to the Motown Sound, and those two are the lowest mean medians of any of the maps that we have. Efficiency gap is 3.1, which is the same as every other map that we have. And then the seats votes is the 50 or 60/50, 1.7 negative 1.7 proportionality bias as well. And that is the same for all the maps we're looking at. So it does have slightly improved mean median compared to some of the other maps, but it is equivalent to the Motown Sound in terms of that number.
Were there any other data you wanted to look at from this list?
No, I mean, you can pull up the VRA and which is the map. Is that the analysis?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So as you can see, most of the maps we're looking at, if you're looking in that gross point area, because you're keeping the gross points together, it ends up resulting in not as strong VRA districts. By breaking them up, which I understand there is concerns about that part of the community not wanting to be broken up, you actually are able to achieve greater VRA compliance, which is our number one criteria. And then two, as I noted before, you know, the gross point communities are kept together in our Senate map, and they are kept together in our congressional map. So we can't always do everything in every map, but this was sort of a compromise to have improved VRA, because the reason why we're redrawing is because of our Detroit concerns. And then this one does change Inkster. You might remember I was asking Mr. Braden about this during the meeting maybe a week or two ago. This was a district that was challenged as part of the original lawsuit. It was dismissed. I can't remember the exact reasons why this district was dismissed, but I believe it was sort of a technical issue. And this is fixing this while we're in here fixing things, so we don't have to come back, potentially face another challenge over it. So by just simply changing a few lines in this area, it creates another VRA district for Inkster and Romulus, parts of Canton as well. And then it also in 25 has the added benefit of reunifying, a community of interest that was identified to us in District 25, which is the Native American community of interest. So that is now intact in District 25.
Okay, thank you. So we only have one map left, but we will need to go through all of the ranked redistricting criteria. So it's the Motown Sound E1, where we made the few little changes.
Okay, this is the Motown Sound E1 that was drafted yesterday.
Mhm. So Commissioner Kellum, do you want to talk about just the small changes that you made, since we've already talked about the Motown
Yeah.
Sound map?
I won't list all the ones that I just said, because those are the changes that occurred in this map are the changes that I mentioned in Riverwalk. So this was a cleanup of the communities of interest in neighborhoods. It addressed I can't can't speak. It addressed the reunification of the Grandmont Rosedale community. And I'm trying to make sure I'm not leaving anything out. It cleaned up the boundary that was in 4 to John, remember, the southern border of 4, which also reunified a community, that Warrendale area, into 3. So I think those are the main
two cleanups that are important because they reflected changes that are not in the Motown Sound and do make that aspect of communities of interest much, much better. If
Does
anyone else, Commissioner Ede, Commissioner Zatella, anyone else, if you have any other recollection?
Nope, I'm good.
Commissioner Ede?
I'm okay.
Okay. Does anyone want to see any information about this one?
Can we see the partisan fairness numbers? I don't think we saw if the changes had any sort of effect on them.
Okay, so the top line numbers are on the lopsided margins is 5.5 for Republican. The mean median difference is 2.4 for Republican. The efficiency gap is 3.1 for Republican, and the seats vote ratio is 1.7 towards the Democrats, and the seat is count is 60 Democrat and 50 Republican.
Thank you.
Any
And,
other things from this list?
Yeah, the VRA analysis.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yes.
So this one has 11 and a half as we were counting them, right? If we count 18. Commissioner Ede.
Yeah, I think it should be the same as Motown Sound. So
It is.
okay. So
the numbers are slightly different in 16 and 4, but not in any meaningful way.
how does 4 compare to the original Motown Sound?
Okay, just a second. 339. All right, so this is original Motown Sound, and just on this metric, which is the what's the label? The Black voters in the Democratic primary, 50.9. District 16 to 22.5. District 4 is 85 to 5.9, and District 3, which is not a VRA district on this metric, is 8.7 to 58. So those are the three that we look at. So if you focus on the Black number, it's 50.9, 85, and 8.7. So 51.3, 87, and 6.7. I was trying to put them side by side, but it's not quite as simple.
Challenging. Okay. So it did go, the numbers did go up a little.
Yeah, there we go. Kind of side by side.
Is that 87 and 4 on the one on the left?
Yeah.
It's just small.
Yes. So the one on the right is the original one, and then the one on the left is the E1.
Okay. Okay. Are there any questions about this map or any of the maps? We have a few minutes before the lunch break. I do have a question for Mr. Braden. If he's still on. So in particularly District 4, in most of the maps, is that percent okay? Seems very high.
Sure, and that your concern in regards to that is appropriate, because certainly there have been both political science articles and litigation uh, dealing with the question of whether or not the district's packed. And under normal situations, the answer to that would be here, 86%, that you start out going, that looks packed. Given the geography of this area, given the demographics of this area, and given the performance, I don't believe, given looking at the total, all the surrounding circumstances, I believe you can have these districts. They make sense. They make sense because that's the community that exists geographically in central Detroit. To attempt to do something else would frankly likely go against the current that we've heard from the from our panel. Our panel directed us to initially draw these plans race blind. And if you draw race blind plans, you get districts with a very high concentration in this area. So we've been told that's what we need to do. We were able to draw these plans and still have plans that uniformly provide districts where the Black population is able to elect they're a majority, so likely to be able to elect their candidates of choice in the primary process in more than a proportional to the overall region. So based upon that, based upon the totality of the circumstances, I am comfortable with this district and that high percentage. Is it, will we see some criticism? Sure. And has there been criticisms of districts at this level in litigation and in the past? That is correct. But this is Detroit. You draw race blind, you get a district like this, it makes sense. You've created a compact district that represents that community. But the Black community in this standard metropolitan area in the Democratic primary, clearly in a position to have an equal opportunity to elect their candidate of choice. The primary data and the turnout of the Democrat, the Black community in a Democratic primary seems to me to solidify that further. I am comfortable, as I said, on all these plans. It's let me just say, there's not a better level of compliance because you have 12 versus 11 districts. It's really simply a question of whether or not you're providing equal opportunity overall. It's kind of the totality of the circumstances. So the decision as to which one of the plans that are presently under consideration, this issue, as far as the actual compliance with the Voting Rights Act, I think has been resolved, or at least my recommendation is to conclude it has been resolved. So your decisions ought to be based on other factors, in my opinion, as rather than whether this district has arguably 12 or 13. That effectively, they both comply with the Voting Rights Act.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions or comments about any of the maps? Okay, seeing none, then without objection, we will now recess for lunch. Mr. Fink.
Sure everybody is hungry, but there was the question that Commissioner Callahan raised about the partisan fairness issue, and I believe that Patrick Lewis from Baker is going to be available in the next couple of minutes here to hopefully address Commissioner Callahan's concerns, or at least have a discussion with her about that. So if possible, I would ask that the commission wait for him to pop on here. I think it'll be hopefully a quick discussion.
Okay.
I don't like to stand in the way of anybody and lunch, but Patrick's about to jump on right now.
Okay.
I think I saw Patrick.
I see him.
Okay.
Mr. Lewis.
All right. So
Hi, good afternoon.
Patrick, you didn't hear my my intro before you jumped on, but I let him know that you would be joining to at least try to have a discussion with Commissioner Callahan and anybody else who has any questions related to this partisan fairness issue. You may or may not be able to, provide a satisfactory answer, but you'll do what you can. Thanks.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Am I answering or are we getting a question? I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Lewis. Yes,
All right,
we are waiting for your answer.
If it may be easier if Commissioner Callahan would like to, she can present the question herself, or I think I have sort of a summation of what I think her question is, which I can just share if that's easier and more streamlined. So, Commissioner Callahan said that she understands the mean median statistic. Her question is, how many elections in this area would, in the area at issue, would have been affected by this? How many elections were decided by a margin of 0.5? If the answer is none, then the difference in scores would not be very important. If the answer is several, then very small differences are significant for this area. Do we know the answer to this question? She says, no, we do not. That's the info that she's seeking. So that's the question, and you can take it away. And then Commissioner Callahan, if I mischaracterized that in any way.
No, you're sort of right. It is, I understand the statistic and how you compute it. I'm trying to understand, given the closeness of elections in today's political environment, where some elections are lost by hair's breadth. I mean, we say this is a very small difference, but in these days, very small differences can be very important. So if you could help me to understand how that small difference would have impacted this state based on some past elections and what we see.
Sure. So I think in that regard, I think you're asking a question that I think, you'll want one of your political scientists to address. Unfortunately, I'm not a professional political scientist that's gone through and looked at the data. I can speak very generally that the mean median measure is a measure of skew. So it's looking at, the vote share in the average district and then the median district and looking at that skew. And so when you look at these numbers, the median percentage, for example, I think Willow is the question, the mean is 53.9% Dem, the median is 51%. So you see you're sort of greater than 1%. But in terms of looking at how many elections, statewide would be decided by that margin, I think that's a question I think that you'd probably want to get. I don't know if Kim Brace's team would be able to address that, or you probably need to direct that to a political scientist. So I wish I could be more help, but that question's is one that gets right into the data and the political science. That's a little bit outside my ken as your litigation counsel.
Okay, so I believe Director Woods, are we still trying to get a statistician to be able to answer that for us?
Yes, we're still trying to get an answer, and I can tell you more after the lunch break.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Okay, then, without objection, we will now recess for lunch. And seeing no objection, we will come back at 2 p.m.
Hi, Anthony. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, good. I think I have my audio problems fixed. Yay.
Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Guess what
Good
I got?
afternoon.
Guess what I just got in the mail?
What?
A summons for jury duty.
Have fun with that.
Go do your civic duty, Janice.
Yes.
Don't they know you've already contributed in your lifetime? I mean, come on.
I've served before.
Yeah, I think we've all done enough civil duty for one lifetime.
Okay, so I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:01 p.m. Will the secretary please call roll?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If your physical location has changed from this morning's meeting, please share that during roll call. I'll begin alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present.
Commissioner Curry. Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum.
Present.
Commissioner Lang.
Present.
Commissioner Lett.
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton.
Present.
Commissioner Zatella.
Present.
Commissioner Villette.
Present.
Commissioner Wagner.
Present.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
I'm going to go back to Commissioner Curry. Madam Chair, you have 12 commissioners present. There is a quorum.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I did forget to do one thing. So Director Woods, I will go down the 7 rank criteria of the map Motown Sound E1 unless we need to have the statistician say something first. Okay, so we'll do this then. I had failed to go down each of one of these just for the record when we were talking about Motown Sound E1. So John, if you could pull that one up.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I see the entrance of Commissioner Curry.
Okay,
I just want to acknowledge.
thank you.
Okay. All right, so here's the map.
Okay, so equal population.
Okay, so the first thing I'd point out is that the largest district or the smallest district is District 59 and the largest is District 21. And those were the same as the Hickory plan. So whatever you've done is still within the range of the Hickory plan, as we discussed. This is the quick way to do this.
Okay, thank you. And we already looked at the Voting Rights Act compliance on this. Districts shall be geographically contiguous, and you ran your
Yes,
report to
I
make
checked
sure.
it for discontiguities and there are none in the plan.
Okay, and we've already talked about districts shall reflect state's diverse population and communities of interest when we were making it, and then Brittany went over again to describe. Districts shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. I believe we looked at the partisan fairness, but I don't remember if it was specifically after we made the changes.
Yes, we did look at that.
Okay.
I can pull that up again if you'd like.
I don't think it's necessary, as long as we did it on the record. Okay, districts shall not favor or disfavor an incumbent elected official or candidate. It's true. Districts shall reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. I believe we kind of addressed this while we were making the map. We did cross county boundaries for specific reasons and talked about neighborhoods a lot. Anyone want to say anything else about that for the record? Okay, then districts shall be reasonably compact, and you showed the same districts are the largest and smallest, but yeah, if you want to show us the compactness score.
Yeah, so the compactness scores, again, just the quick way to look at this is to look at the least compact district. And, you know, as I said previously, we can look in more detail if you like, but at the very least, you can see that the least compact district in this plan is District 58. This is on the, sorry, which one? Polsby Popper. And that District 58 is also the same one in Hickory. So you have not created a district that is less compact in that measurement. And then, let's see, Schwartzburg, same as District 58 is the least compact on REAC. District 29, which was not a changed district, is the least compact. On the length width, District 29, which was not a changed district, is the least compact. And on the convex hull, it's District 58 is the least compact in that metric. So none of the changes that you made resulted in a district being the least compact. So it's within the same range, at least, of the Hickory plan.
Thank you. So I think that's what we need to do for the record. So then I think I don't believe that we're going to be able to have a statistician come talk to us right now. So I think perhaps we're ready to move on to our procedure for voting, where we will first talk about the two we like. And is everyone ready for that? Or does somebody have anything they want to discuss before we get to that point? Okay, I don't see anything. So Sarah Reinhardt, would you lead us in this procedure?
Sure. So let me share my screen really quick. Okay, so we just wrapped up step 1, which is overview of the plans, where you all chatted about the individual plans and made adjustments. So step 2 is the actual vote. So the vote is written to occur in this way. The commission chair or vice chair will call for a motion for the secretary to conduct a roll call vote. And you will vote by stating the name of your preferred plan that you would want to be selected. The secretary will record the votes. And then once all of the votes have been taken, the secretary shall confirm if any of the maps meets a constitutional majority, which is a majority of the commissioners present, also achieving that 2-2-2 threshold, which is 2 votes from a commissioner who affiliates as Democrat, 2 votes from a commissioner who affiliates as Republican, and 2 votes from a commissioner who does not affiliate with either. So if none of the maps during this vote meet that threshold, then we'll go back through this process 2 more times. So I'm going to stop there. If we do need to go on, the next step, if it fails 3 times, would be to go to the right choice. So I'm happy to break that down again if we get to that point. Or if you want me to now, I can, but I think maybe this will suffice for now.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner Kellum.
I could be getting this wrong. We could have already done that before we took the lunch break, but I feel like I remember Commissioner Lett making a suggestion that it was more of a discussion, that we partake in a discussion among us as commissioners
and then we decide rather than doing what's been explained?
Yeah, so I see Mr. Fink's hand raised, but I'll just quickly say that I believe what Commissioner Lett's comment was in reference to was additional piece that was in step 1, the overview of plans that was in the version from 2021 that is not in this version. And that would be that someone make a motion for each commissioner to state their top 2 preferred plans, just as a way of like being transparent and letting everyone know kind of where everyone stands. So instead of doing that, that's what the discussion was that you all had as you went through maps, where you all indicated if you had preferred maps or what you didn't prefer about certain maps. And that was kind of more of the informal piece to that.
Thank you.
Mr. Fink.
Yeah, just to expand on that a little bit, since Ms. Reinhardt, if you could scroll up just a little bit, that last paragraph, I think in step 1, where it talks about facilitating a discussion, offering the opportunity for each commissioner to express which maps they prefer and why. I know this morning there was, discussion about each of the maps as you went through each of them, but I don't see any problem at all with, Commissioner Kellum or anybody else having some additional discussion right now, speaking specifically about one or more maps. And there was that, I think there was a reference to what had been the picking the 2 maps. I don't, as Ms. Reinhardt pointed out, that particular provision is not in this set of rules, but to me, it would make sense if there's some desire to just have a bit of a discussion about specific maps and why you like that particular map before jumping right into voting. So,
Thank you. That's why I asked, because we were previously going over the maps without giving opinions. So we were just giving map metrics. So if we were just to go to the vote, maybe folks don't need discussion, but I was just making sure. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, like I said, I think that the rules certainly allow for that, and it probably makes some sense. So thanks.
Commissioner Vallette.
I would like to listen to everyone's favorite map and why. I mean, if we could do it like quickly and not take, 3 hours.
Commissioner Eid.
So are we doing that? I can start.
Sure.
Please.
Yeah, I like Motown Sound E2 the best because it's the best map, just straight up. It's the best one. It has the most VRA districts, as long as you count District 10 as being a VRA district, which we heard earlier we should. It has the best partisan fairness numbers of all the maps, 5.5 for lopsided margins, 2.4 for mean median difference, 3.1 for efficiency gap, and a seats to votes ratio of -1.7. The only map that was a little better was Daisy 2, which had a 5.4 lopsided margins test, so 0.1 difference, but I'm fine with that, and we eliminated Daisy 2 earlier. It was by far the one that most people liked at our public hearings last week. I also think it's a good compromise. I'm not totally happy with it. You guys know that I really think it's a shame we did not put Melvindale back into District 3. Still think we should. Perhaps we can do that in the Senate district when we get to it. But that was the number one thing we heard. But we also heard comments saying it can go the other way. So, all right. It changes a lot of districts. It changes 8 additional districts. But I think that is where we found could be characterized as reasonably necessary. When we started this process, I didn't want to change districts 5 or 6, but y'all convinced me to come around on that. So I think it's the best map. It's the one that I'll be voting for. If I had to choose a second option, I don't know, it would probably be either Water Lily or Daisy 2, but we eliminated Daisy 2. So that's what I think.
Okay, Commissioner Zatella.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to be real quick because I'm about to be on the road. So I actually really like the Motown sound. I wish we could have agreed to make those changes to 16, 17, and 18, because I would have considered voting for it if those changes had been made. But otherwise, my favorite map is the Zatella, because that is the only map that actually addresses those districts that I believe are likely unconstitutional. It also has the highest number of VRA districts. It also has among the best partisan fairness, because the Motown Sound also does have identical partisan fairness. So that would be my first choice, would be the Zatella. And then the Motown Sound, I just don't know that I would be able to vote for it without fixing 16 and 17 in particular. Thanks.
Commissioner Ede, your hand's still up. Commissioner Kellum.
So let me take my hand down before I forget at the end. I'm not gonna repeat other things that were said. My first choice is Motown Sound. For a lot of, like, I'm looking through my notes from the public hearing, it's the map that has the most interactions in terms of public feedback, and it has overwhelmingly positive public feedback. It doesn't mean that it didn't get negative critiques. I do wish that it included 16, 17, and 18, but like I wrote some anecdotal remarks from folks that came out. Number 27, it was a woman from Huntington Woods. She said it's the best balance of the 7 criteria. She liked what it did for her area and also spoke to the support for the Detroit community. I have keep neighborhoods together, working areas. That's number 30 at Greater Grace. Number 33, there was a white gentleman from Lathrop Village. He talked about his neighborhood of keeping Black, white, immigrant, straight, gay, lesbian, this idea that it was great representation for all sorts of communities within Lathrop Village, but also understanding that it had impact on the Detroit community. He also echoed the sentiments of criteria. Number 26 from House District 5 doesn't go very far above 8 Mile, that it was an intentional step towards crossing 8 Mile. And most of the comments approved and enjoyed that we reunited. The Royal Oak Township kept Huntington with Berkeley in a way that I don't think it may have done before. So that would be my first choice. My second would probably be Spirit of Detroit. I personally am not going to vote for any map that does not echo the sentiment of Detroiters. And they spoke about sweeping into neighborhoods just for the sake of, and the intentionality. What they like about Spirit of Detroit and Motown Sound is what is not happening in our other map choices. So that would be my analysis.
Okay, Commissioner Andrade.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Commissioner Kellum meant Motown Sound or Motown Sound E1. And then I can give you mine.
I'm sorry. Yes, Motown Sound is it E1 or E2?
E1.
E1. Okay, because
E1.
E1's the one where you just made the little tweaks.
Exactly, E1. Thank you, yep. Commissioner Andrade. Motown Sound, yep. E1. We should just change the name to Motown Sound. Okay.
Okay, so I would vote for Motown Sound E1 as well. I think it's the best collaborative map, and we heard just so many people speak up for that map that's my choice.
Okay. Mr. Fink, do you want to go before me?
I was just trying to clarify. So Commissioner Ede, I think when he spoke, he said Motown Sound E2. I may have misheard that, so I just want to make sure that I have it clear, because I'm certainly dumber than most of, if not all of the public, but I just want to make sure that we can be clear on this. So is Commissioner Ede, which one were you endorsing?
The most recent one that includes the changes that
That were
we
made yesterday.
yesterday. So I believe
Okay.
that is Motown Sound E1.
Okay, and that's the same one that I think Commissioners Kellum and Andrade just said that they support. Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll take a turn. I had to put my hand up because if I just keep waiting, I never go. So I like the Willow map because it's based on Bergamot, and I feel like that was one of our first like genuine attempts to follow the court order and follow COIs. So I really like that. I also like that it has the Lakeshore District with the Grosse Pointes and St. Clair Shores. And I know there's lots of controversy about that, but it still leans Democrat, if that's what people are worried about, but it is fairly competitive. So I think that's good for everybody. And it still has good numbers that are well within what we've been told is good. And it had up at the top of the most VRA districts. And so I don't think people should be scared of that. I think that's one problem, is that people have been really scared of that district, that particular configuration. So anyway, I really like that map for that reason. Partially for that reason. And I also could be swayed to Motown Sound E1 because that's what most of the people that have spoken to us like. I do want to give people what they want. I'm not convinced that we heard from everyone, but anyway, those are my thoughts. Commissioner Follett.
Commissioner Follett was muted.
We didn't hear you because you were muted.
Well, that was great. I also like Motown E1, mostly because that's what the public seemed to want.
Okay, would anyone else like to share or discuss? Commissioner Curry.
Yes, I like the Motown Sound E1, mainly because I'm a native of Detroit, and I pretty much think that is the sentiments of the people that live in Detroit. And I've been here for over 50 years, so I think that's a good choice. Keep it short.
Thank you. Commissioner Muldoon.
I'd say the same thing. The Motown E1 for the public feedback and everything, and the slight changes we made. I think the public, that's what they want also.
Okay, Commissioner Lett.
I agree with the prior speakers as to the Motown Sound E1 for those reasons. I would note, however, that we certainly heard those people who showed up in support of the Motown Sound. And I don't know exactly how many people showed up, but let's say 500 different people showed up. And you look at a district contains 91,000 people. That means 0.005% of the population in any district voiced an opinion. That's not a lot of people voicing opinions. And so I think what we've done with the districts that we have drawn in Motown Sound certainly comports with the 7 factors that we need to look at, population, etc. We certainly did not look at race when we drew those until the very, very, very end. So to say that the race was the only thing we looked at we've managed to avoid that. I would say that I really can't vote for this telemap. It wasn't a collaborative map to start out with. It changes districts that don't need changing, and therefore it's not one that I could consider.
Anybody else? Okay, I don't see anything else. So Sarah Reinhardt, do you want to take it away? Oh. Commissioner, let your hand is up. I don't know if that's again or.
But again,
Okay,
I would move we take a vote.
okay. I don't hear a second on that.
Second.
Okay, it's moved and seconded that we take a vote. Any discussion? I see Commissioner Eads' hand.
Yeah, just a quick point. Yesterday we talked about getting language and from our lawyers to do this in pending the appeal or whatever that we spoke about yesterday. Did we ever get that language, or do we want to talk about that after we pick a map? It doesn't matter to me, but we brought it up yesterday.
Mr. Fink?
Thank you, Commissioner Eid. We do have some proposed language that addresses the issue that I believe Mr. Riley spoke to yesterday related to the appeal. It's in the form of a proposed resolution, so a little bit more formal, I think, than some of the motions that you typically take up. But I can sort of read some of the language. I'm not sure if Director Wood, oh, actually, I see Commissioner Lett has his hand up. So did you have a question? for him?
Sure, the resolution's there. It really has nothing to do with this vote. And I think it could be more confusing at this stage of the process than, getting the vote behind us, and then we can discuss what the resolution talks
That makes
about.
sense. So why don't you go ahead, do the vote and pick your map, and then before you leave today, we can have the discussion about that resolution.
Thank you. Sarah Reinhardt, a roll call vote, please.
Absolutely. Commissioners, the motion before you is to vote for the final selection of a final remedial state house plan to submit to the district court. When I call on your name, please state the name of the map that you are voting for. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Brittany Kellum.
Before we start, I don't hate to interrupt, I interrupt all the time. Can we pull up the list of the maps that we're voting on? So if somebody is unsure, they can look at that list and say, okay, I'm voting for whatever.
I assume someone's working on that.
I
I
assume.
do. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Sarah.
I can't screen share while I'm taking the vote, but I do have the link to the list online if that's helpful, and everyone can kind of pull up their own list. I'll pop that in the chat. And for members of the public, that is just at michigan.gov/MICRC. And if you select draft proposed maps from the menu, you can see the names there.
If you give me a second, I'm typing it out and I can post it.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you zoom up a little? Great. Mr. Fink?
So I believe the commission voted to remove Tulip and Daisy 2 from
You're right.
consideration. So if you want to maybe strike those through or just delete them. Just to avoid confusion. Thanks.
Okay, I think we're ready, Sarah.
Great. Again, commissioners, please vote by stating the name of your preferred map. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Brittany Kellum.
Motown Sound FCE1.
Rhonda Lang.
Yeah, so I wanted to abstain for lack of information, but I was told that that's not in our rules. So if possible, could you come back to me so I can make up my mind?
Certainly. Steve Lett.
Motown Sound E1.
Marcus Muldoon.
Motown Sound E1.
Cynthia Orton.
Willow.
Rebecca Satella.
Zatella.
Janice Follett.
Motown Sound E1.
Aaron Wagner.
The television 4.
Richard Weiss.
Sound E1.
You got cut off at the beginning. Sorry. Would you mind restating that?
Yes, Motown Sound E1.
Great. Thank you. Elaine Andrade.
Motown Sound E1.
Donna Callahan.
Motown Sound E1.
Juanita Curry.
Yes, Motown Sound E1.
Anthony Eade.
Motown Sound E1.
I'll return to Rhonda Lang.
To the gentleman from Detroit, Water Lily.
Please allow us a moment to tally the votes. Motown Sound version FCE1 received 9 votes. However, it did not achieve a constitutional majority.
Okay. So, because it didn't get 2, 2, and 2, you're saying?
That's correct. It did
Okay.
not achieve the threshold for party affiliation.
Okay.
So the rules of procedure would outline that the commission go back to discussion before conducting the next round of voting.
Thank you. Commissioner Lett?
Yeah, can we have what the breakdown was, please?
The party affiliation breakdown?
Yes.
Okay. There was, the reason it didn't achieve the constitutional majority is it only received a vote from one Republican affiliating commissioner. It received 4 votes from Democratic affiliating commissioners and 3 votes from independent or non-affiliating commissioners, excuse me.
Thank you.
Okay, so discussion? Try to convince each other. Commissioner Kellum.
This isn't a convincing. I pulled up the maps as they exist on our website. And I think that, unless it wasn't genuine, but I know that it was, I think that the moments that we shared together, whether you were virtual or in person, but particularly in person, you felt the momentum, the aha moments, and it was around Motown Sound, whether it was a few people in the audience or the whole of Detroit. We know it wasn't every Detroiter that was there. But what I will say, and I think Commissioner Curry was trying to put it into words, Detroit is a city that you might live in your neighborhood, but because of how it's constructed, you have the passion and voice. Like your neighbors are Redford and Brightmoor, your neighbors are Southwest. So I think that the people that we heard from, including the folks that are online, represent the passion and the spirit of Detroit, the sentiment of Detroit. And what I heard collectively was a resounding voice for the Motown Sound map. And the qualitative matters to me. We can talk metrics all day and partisan fairness all day, but number one is communities of interest, which is code for people. In this case, is code for Black people. And they have spoken about this map, and there's no other map that touches Motown Sound when we're talking about neighborhoods. So that's all I wanted to say on that. Thank you.
Commissioner Eid.
Well, Madam Chair, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I think this is gonna be, it's gonna be up to you, considering, we need one more Republican vote, and we have 3 that voted otherwise. You did mention that this was your second choice. Could we maybe, I don't really think there's a whole lot of huge differences between Motown Sound 2 and Willow. They both cross 8 Mile in different ways. But I think the way we did it in Motown Sound, it makes more sense to me, because it specifically looked at those communities, that we've debated for the past 2 weeks. So do you want to speak on that a little bit? What's your hold up on voting for it?
So my holdup is really the Lakeshore District. I do like how we crossed 8 Mile in Motown Sound. All those things make sense to me, but I'm really sad that people were just scared of a Lakeshore District just because they were afraid it would be too Republican. And it doesn't show that in the numbers. And so anyway, that's my thing. Commissioner Curry. Oh, you're muted. We can't hear you.
If I could persuade you at all, Cynthia, Madam Chair, I would like to say that I'm looking at what we've done and what we've accomplished, and I think you all have done a very great job in what we had to work with. But it would be so kind if you would think of the Detroiters when you reconsider your decision and try to make this a relatively equal vote, please. I know what the Detroiters want. I've been here forever. I lived all over. I've been all over. And I think we've chosen the best map for this particular case that we're in right now. Just would like for you to reconsider if you could. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Villette.
I just wanted to say that Cynthia is not the only Republican. We have 2 other Republicans. We have Commissioner Rhonda and Aaron and we could probably hear from them if they wanted to talk.
Thank you, Commissioner Villette. I was going to say that on top of something else. It's not just Cynthia.
Yeah, forgive me, whoever Republican that can hear me. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to just single out one person. Thank you.
Did you have something else, Brittany, or? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll just say I'm not afraid of the Lakeshore District. I'm not afraid of making any change. This is more pointing out the process. I think what happened with Detroit is we had a few commissioners drawing and others that were comfortable with those commissioners drawing. So it's unfortunate that the Lakeshore could have gotten as creative as many hands were in this cake that we were building. And I think that's also the offset of the votes. We have a tendency to dig our heels in strange ways. And that's why I keep making a plea for the people. What is the best map for the people? And it is also nothing personal. If folks had spoke up about the Zatella map and made comment and engaged with that map, I would have been talking about the Zatella map outside of the too many changes that I think makes that map challenging. But I think this is the point where we have a balance of what did the court ask us to do? What are our 7 criteria? And what are the people of Detroit saying? And the Lakeshore District is kept together in every map. Also, as a person that almost went to Grosse Pointe Academy, and again, I shopped there. That's a very exclusive community. And to make a change or to make a whole vote for one area doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. If we weren't going to do it for the Yemenis in Melvindale, we shouldn't be doing it now for a map. So that's what I think, especially a district that you can't even sit in their park unless you have a house there. So sorry, Grosse Pointers. I know you're going to beat me up for that, but I'm just being honest.
Ms. Roulette.
Well, way back when we started this whole process, I think it was about 50 years ago. And I was the first chair. One of the first things I said, and it's still true, is don't let the perfect get in the way of the good. And there's a lot of good in the Motown Sound E1 map. Compromises have to be made, and I'm not Commissioner Orton, and I'm not telling you you got to compromise what you feel is right. So that's all my comments. Won't make any more.
Thank you, Commissioner Eid.
Do we have to, is District 12 in the Senate map, which is the Lakeshore District in the Senate map that goes from Grosse Pointe all the way through New Baltimore and like up to Anchor Bay? Is that one of the ones that were struck down? Can someone remind me, Mr. Fink?
It's not.
Okay, so it's still in the Senate map, at least. Now, we're gonna have to change that later, but as of now, it's in the Senate map. I don't know if that moves the needle at all.
Anyone else? Commissioner Lapp, you said that was your last comment.
You did. I don't have a comment. I got a motion to take the second vote.
Okay.
Second.
Motioned and seconded to vote on the maps. Sarah, will you do a roll call vote?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, we are going to take a second vote on, let me pull up the exact language. For the final selection of a final remedial state house plan to submit to the district court.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sarah. I see Commissioner Villette's hand. Do
Oh,
you
sure.
have something first?
Sarah, can you please tell us what happens if we can't come to a decision on this?
Yes, I'm happy to. I will share my screen to show the process. So for this vote, if a constitutional majority is not achieved, we'll go back to discussion and take one more vote. If a constitutional majority is not achieved by that vote, then we would move to a ranked choice voting system. So this would be where we start off with calling on each commissioner in rotating alphabetical order for each commissioner to audibly indicate what draft proposed map you would like to submit for the ranked choice vote. And then once we have that list of maps that you all want to submit assembled, I will pull up a Microsoft form to create like a little survey for you all to fill out where you rank them in your preferred order, with one being the most preferred and however many there are, the last place being least preferred. So I would send that out to you all and you'd have about 10 minutes to fill that out. Then you would send it back to me and our team would compile the results. And the way the ranked choice vote works is, say that I'm just using hypothetically, like, what are there 8 maps at this point that are submitted? 9?
8.
8. So if you vote.
Excuse me, there are 9.
There are 9?
Yeah, we had we had 10, and then we took away 2.
away
But we
2,
did
add 1.
Motown Sound F1.
Thank you. Algebra was not my strong suit. So, so for the 9 maps, the map that you rank as your first choice, so your most preferred number 1, will receive 9 points. The second ranked map on your list would receive 8 points, and so on and so forth. So we would tally that up, and the maps that from all of your votes that receives the most points would be the selected map. Now, there is a small chance that the map that receives the most points and achieves a certain threshold prescribed by the Constitution would be the selected map. So what that means is that, let me find the exact language here. The commission shall adopt the plan receiving the highest total points. This is directly from the Constitution. That is also ranked among the top half of plans by at least 2 commissioners not affiliated with the party of the commissioner submitting the plan. So there's still kind of a party affiliation threshold there for that as well. So once we tally that up, if there is a map that does meet that threshold and has the majority or the most points, then that would be the selected map. If 2 maps tie, or if no map achieves that threshold, then we would move on to a random selection, which is also described in the Constitution.
Before we take the vote, could we possibly see Motown with the Willow overlay, or the other way around, either way? From John.
Okay, so you want to pull up the Motown Sound E1?
Yes.
Okay, so that is here. And then you want an overlay of Willow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just a second. Okay, just a second here.
Sorry to spring it on you.
Okay, all right, so let's see, trying to align things. So we've got,
Oh, we can't see your screen.
oh, right, I'm sorry. I just assumed I was sharing, but I'm not. Okay, so let me try this again. All right, so this is the Motown Sound E1, and that's what it is. And then the layer manager, I added in the,
John, I'm wondering if it would be better the other way around, but I'm not sure. It could be my brain. But I
okay,
don't want to interrupt you.
Either way, it's okay with me.
okay.
Okay.
You could also look at them side by side if that's another way you want to look at it.
Okay, give me just a minute. I don't know if other people want to look, but I would like to.
So yeah, the dark blue line is the overlay of the willow. And sorry, there's one other thing that may be a little confusing. Let me put the numbers on because the big change going from Spirit of Detroit or Lily to Motown Sound was the movement of District 7 into the interior of Detroit. So I think that may help if I put the labels on. Okay, so in this case, the outline District 7 is here, so that's the District 7 in Willow. However, the colored in map of 7 is here, so that's a pretty, that's one difference.
Thank you. Okay, I've seen it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, unless there's anything else, any further discussion on the motion, then we'll have a roll call vote.
All right, commissioners, are you ready to vote? Okay, please state, sorry. Let me pull up the exact motion once again. This vote is for the final selection of a final remedial state house map to submit to the district court. Please vote by stating the name of the map that you would like to vote for. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Rhonda Lang.
Water Lily.
Steve Lett.
Motown Sound, E1.
Marcus Muldoon.
Motown Sound E1.
Cynthia Orton.
Motown Sound E1.
Rebecca Satella.
Zatella.
Janice Spillette.
Motown Sound E1.
Aaron Wagner.
Zatella 4.
Richard Weiss.
Motown Sound E1.
Elaine Andrade.
Motown Sound E1.
Donna Callahan.
Motown Sound E1.
Juanita Curry.
Motown Sound E1.
Anthony Eade.
Motown Sound E1.
Brittany Kellum.
Motown Sound E1.
Thank you. Allow us to tally the votes just a moment. I have a total of 10 votes for Motown Sound E1 with 4 Democrat affiliating votes, 2 Republican affiliating votes, and 4 non-affiliated votes, meaning that Motown Sound FC E1 has achieved a constitutional majority and is the selected map.
Thank you. Okay, so we've completed that business. I believe we have an executive director report from Director Woods. So without objection, please proceed, Director Woods.
Are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Just want you to know that the fiscal year 24 supplemental budget was submitted on February 23rd to the House and Senate Appropriations chairs and copied to the governor, legislative leadership, and budget director. We'll send a copy of that out and post it today. We requested additional $3,331,200 for pending litigation. This was our appropriation for this current fiscal year. In addition, we provided the updated fiscal year budget that was passed by the commission earlier this month and the first quarter financial report for fiscal year 24. So as we get more information, I'll share that with you, but just want you to know that was done as voted by the commission with regards to the updated budget. Redistricting outreach. When we go out and do outreach, we talk about redistricting as the three-legged stool of democracy. We talk about the census. People understand the census. I think it was about roughly $18,000 a year that money goes into a individual's community if they're counted, and it comes up to $180,000 over the course of 10 years. People understand census. People understand voting. But as we've heard today and throughout the process with regards to redistricting, in terms of education, this has been an ongoing thing that we've been trying to do since the inception of the commission. We've been trying to do it since the outreach. We do have some time in March where people are asking for more information. I heard feedback that the commissioners, that they like the maps at the back that they could see. They like the new wrinkle that Commissioner Orton initiated with having Commissioner Kellum and Commissioner E talk about the maps. So there was some momentum gathered as a result of this last public hearing that we want to take advantage of, knowing that we have to do the Senate maps. So one of the things we need to educate to prevent misinformation. You know, there was never any ruling on the Voting Rights Act. We all know that, but somehow the Voting Rights Act and other thing has gotten misconstrued and has gone out into the public. And we haven't had an opportunity to do all the presentations that we wanted to do within that 3-week period. So now we do have some time in March, part of April, to do it. So we want to educate. We want to take advantage of the momentum from the reconfiguration of the State House plan and utilize March and April for a redistricting outreach campaign in Metro Detroit to kind of explain it and build on what we have, not knowing what the timelines are, but taking advantage of this time. And so the plan is to go basically work with a contractor. We can use the informal contract procedure process, which is under $5,000, to get us out to the different grassroots communities, business groups in that whole metro area. It's not limited to Detroit, but in the whole area that we've been talking about with regards to the House in terms of outreach and getting people involved. So just kind of wanted to share with you the plan that I have with regards to that is really being in front of people's faces in terms of face-to-face meetings. There might be some virtual that we would partner with other groups to actually conduct a virtual meeting, but really taking advantage of this time that we have to do that and doing it within our means with regards to that informal process that we have. If there's any questions with regards to that, I can take it at this time.
I don't see any questions. So I have a question. Since we will need to be helping with this education out in the community, do you need us to let you know schedules, or will you send us?
We'll send out check people's availability. We kind of want to get the dates first and then we can do the availability. And if you're not available, we get it. I know some people are out of town, might not be back, but if you can do virtual, we'll provide those opportunities. But we just wanted to let you know what we're trying to do to kind of address some of those issues that came up so that we're further ahead when it comes to the Senate. So just wanted to share that. And basically that feedback came from commissioners as well. So we're just really taking advantage of the collective feedback from citizens as well as this group to let you know how we plan to do it so that we're further ahead. And then having said that, I want to thank each and every commissioner, whether you did something virtual, whether you did it in person or over the phone, for the interviews, the outreach, the education. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, because as you know, many hands make work light. And I greatly appreciate it because a number of you really stepped up and got engaged, got involved, and did an outstanding job. So thank you for that. Then the last thing I want to do is we had Kristen Taylor worked with us with regards to the event planning and providing administrative assistance. She was on a contractual basis, and I'm looking to move her from a contractual basis to a part-time hire, where she would be paid for hours worked, same way as the contract, but just would be on a part-time basis, and just want a motion to make that happen. And that would be retroactive, just so we're clear, because her contract was up to $5,000. And I know sometime last week she mentioned that she was running out of hours, and I spoke to our chair about bringing this process to the commission as a whole. So it would be, this is not, hold on, let me get my. It would be retroactive to Monday, February 19th.
I make that motion. Second. I would make that motion.
We heard you. Okay, so it's motioned and seconded that we hire Kristen Taylor to part-time employee for event assistance and administrative support retroactive to February, what'd you say?
Monday, February 19th.
19th. Okay, is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Certainly, Madam Chair. If you don't mind, please allow me to restate the motion to ensure that I have it correctly. I see it on the screen, but you added a little bit, Madam Chair, and I want to be sure that it's correct. Commissioner Lett to move to bring Kristen, and I put her name in there, Kristen Taylor, part-time, from contract employee to part-time employee for event assistance and administrative support retroactive to Monday, February 19th, 2024. Is that correct?
Sounds like it.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll begin the roll call vote with Marcus Muldoon.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella,
Yes.
Janice Villette, sorry,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Elaine Andrade,
Yes.
Donna Callahan,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
Madam Chair, with a vote of 12 yes to 1 no, the motion does carry. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Do you have more, Director Woods?
Of course, we got to celebrate. And I want to we do it this way. I really want to thank the commission for being engaged in a process where you selected a map. It might not have been the map you preferred, but you came together through a challenging process with the courts. We added 3 new people who contributed, and rolled up their sleeves and got engaged and got involved. The interest was just overwhelming, in terms of people's interest coming from different sides. You're hearing the investment of time. You guys were back to working like you were before and putting the hours in as legislators of the mapping process, which is your constitutional authority. And I just want to tip my hats off to you. I mean, I can see the stress, the decisions which you were wrestling with and going through. Everyone, I've heard from all 13 of you. You were all engaged. You were all concerned. You were invested in the project. You gave it your best. And the state of Michigan is really in your debt for what you have accomplished and how you invested the time in doing it. And I just want to salute my hat off to each and every one of you and to thank you because it worked. It might have been ugly sometimes. It might have been hard sometimes. You might wanted to pull your hair out, but you made it work individually and collectively. So salutations, congratulations. You did an outstanding job for what has taken years and years to get right in other areas. You took the time and you did it collaboratively and you worked it out. And I just want to say kudos and also thank you because I see what you sacrifice. I hear what you sacrifice and how you're in pain. Some of you are sick, couldn't even move sometimes, had doctor's appointments. You were on by phone from your doctor's appointment and then chiming in from your other appointments. I mean, you guys' commitment and dedication is overwhelming, as legislators in this redistricting process, having a bird's eye view. I would be remiss if I didn't thank you individually and collectively for the sacrifice, time, and commitment that you've made, some out of your own personal expenses, to make sure that you were vested in this project and did so on behalf of the state of Michigan and its citizens. So kudos to you individually and collectively. And thank you for taking me along on this ride to serve as your executive director. I am truly honored and privileged. And congratulations. Great job. That concludes my report, Madam Chairperson.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. We do not have a legal liaison report today. Do we have any updates from Michigan Department of State? And then I see your hand, Mr. Fink.
I have
We
no
have-
updates.
We
Okay.
have a legal, Cynthia.
We do? Okay, sorry. Thought there was not.
You think I never have anything to say?
Okay, what would you like to say for your legal liaison report? Hearing no objections.
We
Please.
have a resolution that we need to consider that was worked on between Baker and the Fink law firm. And I don't know, Nate, you gonna do this? Is anybody from Baker gonna be on with you?
No, I can present it. I spoke with them about it. I can share it. Commissioner Lang, do you have Commissioner Lang might have a question.
Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to know, did we receive this in our agenda packets, this resolution you're going to talk about?
No, it just came about, the language just came about, I think it was shortly after the meeting yesterday. I can share my screen and.
So
it's
my question
really
is, we
just-
won't be voting on it today, correct?
Well.
Because we
I would
haven't had
ask
the
that-
24 hours.
Well, so I believe this was I believe my understanding is that this was discussed yesterday, or at least the litigation counsel explained this issue, which is the recommendation that the commission adopt a resolution that states that the plan that the commission just adopted, the remedial plan that the commission just adopted, will be in effect for this 2024 election cycle, assuming the court approves it, and subsequent years, unless the Supreme Court or another court vacates or otherwise reverses the district court's injunction related to the Hickory plan. if such a reversal does happen on appeal, then the Hickory plan would go back into effect. And there was a discussion had again about that yesterday. And so that's what the language of this resolution would address.
Okay, but my issue is our policy states that we get 24 hours to review anything that we vote on, and I haven't seen it. And I would like to read it firsthand and have time to consider it before voting on it. Just per our policies, our rules of procedure.
Madam Chair, I have a suggestion. Let's have Nate bring it up on the screen so everybody can take a look at it. It's not very long. Have a discussion, and then I'll have a couple of motions.
Are you able
Go
to
ahead.
share, Mr. Fink?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and share.
I
my
have
screen.
it if you want me to do it now.
Oh, sure, that works too. I don't know if you want to zoom in a little bit, Edward, just.
Let me get it
screen's
on
a little
one
small.
page
I see
first.
some folks squinting at the screen, so
There we go.
including myself, not just you, Commissioner Curry.
That work?
Yes, so I can just give a very short description. I pretty much already described it. There's just some sort of formal language at the top, which, you know, notes that that the commission had adopted the plan to comply with the court's order. The first resolved, or the initial resolved clause states that the commission hereby adopts a remedial state house plan by roll call vote. And we could even add in there the Motown Sound E1 is in fact the plan that was adopted. But then the further resolved clause is the one that again, just in sort of layman's terms, says that currently, as you know, the commission is appealing the district court's decision in the AG case, which struck down and ultimately issued an injunction preventing the use of the Hickory plan. And so that's why we've spent all this time together over the last couple of months redrawing the map. But this resolution would state that it's the intent of the commission that if the Supreme Court reverses the district court on appeal, then the Hickory plan would in fact go back into effect. And the remedial plan that the commission just adopted would be then replaced again by the Hickory plan, which would go back into effect. So the language here, you could take a moment to read it if you want.
Commissioner Lang, if we have time to read it here, is that sufficient for you or not?
No, it's not. We have a set of rules of procedure that we're supposed to abide by. I was told I had to abide by our rules of procedure, so I think the rules of procedure should be sent the same for everybody. I want the 24 hours to review it. Thank you.
Commissioner Callahan?
So is the gist of this, if we do not adopt this resolution, we are basically dropping our appeal?
No.
Since we adopted a new map that supersedes the Hickory map?
No. So during the discussion yesterday from litigation counsel, there was this description of the fact that by adopting this new map, by adopting Motown Sound E1, that is arguably or is a legislative act by this commission. And there is the possibility that the Supreme Court could determine that by doing that, by adopting this remedial map, assuming the district court approves of it and that becomes the map for the State House for 2024. There's the possibility that the Supreme Court could essentially reject our appeal, our pending appeal of the district court's decision related to Hickory, saying that it's become moot. By not adopting this resolution, it's not guaranteeing anything. It's not conceding, it's not dismissing the appeal. As Commissioner Callan, as you probably recall, the commission decided to instruct the litigation team to file a motion to extend the time in which we would file the sort of initial substantive brief in the Supreme Court, and that was done. And so that time has been moved out to, I believe it's early May. And with the understanding that the commission would, decide at a later date whether it wants to continue to pursue the appeal. But to be clear, whether or not the commission adopts this particular resolution, passes this particular resolution, is not dispositive of whether or not we continue to pursue the appeal. That's a separate issue.
So I wasn't able to attend yesterday's meeting, but I did listen to the YouTube video last night to hear what the lawyer said. So I heard some of that. But just to be clear, so what if now that we've gone through all this and we look at it, we go, this map's a whole lot better than Hickory. Maybe we don't want Hickory anymore. Let's just put this one in place. We voted on it. Let's lay it out there to the court and see what they do. Forget about Hickory. We don't like that one anyway. Or at least we don't like it as much as the new one.
That's ultimately a decision that would fall to the commission, and it's certainly something that the commission could decide to do. My advice to the commission would be to not take up that particular decision right now today, because there's no time crunch on that issue. As I said, we've already moved the deadline out. We filed a motion with the Supreme Court, moved the deadline out to file our initial brief to early May. So no work is being done on that, or has to be done on that right now. And so before the commission were to make a decision like that, I would recommend that the commission have another discussion with the lead litigation counsel about that issue. This particular resolution is on a sort of a sub issue related to the appeal, which is that on appeal, now that the commission has adopted this map, if the court, accepts the map that the commission has just adopted as the remedial map, then it's possible that the plaintiffs will argue in the Supreme Court, as it relates to the Hickory map, that the commission, by taking this action and adopting the new map, has mooted its appeal, that the court shouldn't even consider the appeal anymore, just let the commission and the state use the map that the commission adopted through its remedial process. But we don't know that's not like a certain slam dunk thing at all. It's just an argument that's likely to come up. And if the commission takes this proactive step by stating, at least for now, that it's the commission's intent that if the Supreme Court ultimately reverses the district court's decision, the injunction preventing the use of the Hickory map, if the Supreme Court does reverse that decision, that the commission would believes that the Hickory map should then go back into effect.
So to be clear, voting for this resolution, and if the Supreme Court should decide that the Hickory map is valid after all, we have voted for this resolution that says, in the event that the Supreme Court says, no, the Hickory map is good, that we will revert to the Hickory map. Are we committed to that path? Or can we at some point in the future say, regardless of the fact that we passed this resolution today, say we would go with the Hickory map if the Supreme Court says we can still change our mind and say, nah, never mind, we want the Motown map.
So you're not committing permanently to anything by to absolutely reverting back to the Hickory map, by adopting this resolution. Because you can still decide at some point, if you so choose, again, after consulting with the whole legal team, to dismiss the appeal. Because the only way that you'll actually get to the point where Hickory could go back into effect is by pursuing that appeal and trying to get the Supreme Court to reverse the district court's decision. So if the commission decides at some point between now and when the Supreme Court decides on that, which, to be clear, a decision on that is not likely to come for many months, if not over a year. I think that was what the litigation team told you. But the briefing process will start much sooner than that. Between now and then, between now and when you get a decision from the Supreme Court, the commission could certainly decide we don't want to pursue the appeal anymore. And at that point, there would be no further challenge of the district court's decision to throw out the Hickory map. And then, assuming again that the court allows the Motown Sound E1 map to go forward, then that would be the map, and there would be no reversion back to Hickory because the appeal is not being pursued.
So all paths remain open to us until the Supreme Court makes a decision. And at that point, some paths are obviously closed down. We can't revert to the Hickory map, or we're committed to the Hickory map. But it's not until the Supreme Court actually makes a decision.
That's right. And there'll be time again between now and certainly now between now and when the Supreme Court makes a decision, and also on the tighter time frame, which is when the briefing will start in the Supreme Court, and the commission will take up a discussion about that. You know, that was the expressed intent, was you were going to try to get a little bit more time. We got the additional 60 days, so you'll have that time to have that discussion.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Lang, your hand is up, but I think it's just still up. Not sure. Okay. Okay, so I have a question, Mr. Fink. Does this resolution have any bearing on if the court chooses the special master map instead of over our map? Does it have any bearing on our options at that point?
You mean as it relates specifically to this resolution?
Right, this resolution. Will
Yeah,
that have any,
right.
does that have any bearing?
I don't think that this resolution would have any bearing on that at all. If the court ultimately goes with the special master's map, then that's not, I don't think that's a legislative act, right? Because you didn't adopt that map. And so, this mootness argument, right? The argument that we're trying to proactively address with this resolution wouldn't be in play, I don't think, because that wasn't a legislative act of the commission. It was the court picking its own map, or picking the map of the special master. And so under that circumstance, if you decide to continue to pursue the appeal and the Supreme Court agrees with us, our appeal, then the Hickory map would go back into effect, whether or not you would pass this resolution.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lett?
Yeah, this resolution deals with the appeal. It doesn't deal with what we're doing here today. And the reason that Baker is requesting this is because there's a couple of times in the appeal that if the Supreme Court's decision is, and I'll just use letters A, then the plaintiffs will argue that the appeal is moot. If the Supreme Court's decision was B, then we would argue that the plaintiff's response is moot. So what we're trying to do with this is to put ourselves in the position that the plaintiff can't say the case, our appeal is moot. I think that's the simplest way. That's what this procedure, it's procedural in the appeal only. Whether to say that this would be something that would arise in the future is probably one chance out of 100. But why not have it in place if it's there? Are there any more questions?
Yeah. I have a
Neither I
question.
could try to answer them.
Is this, we aren't going to meet again, we aren't scheduled to meet again until March 21st. Is it important that we adopt this resolution today, or can it wait till March 21st?
Well, if I may, I would recommend that the commission take this up today, because the commission has adopted its map, its remedial map, taken its legislative action by adopting the remedial plan. And I believe that this is all sort of, ideally kind of part of one action, even though, as Commissioner Lett says, this relates to the appeal. It does not relate to the new map that you adopted directly, and doesn't have any effect on that directly today. It's just about what might happen if there were an appeal and the eventuality of that. That said,
So I've got, as I
still
said,
some
I'd have a couple of motion. One will be I move to waive the 24-hour rule. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to suspend, waive the 24-hour receiving documents 24 hours in advance of a vote rule. Is there discussion? I see Commissioner Lang's hand.
Legally, is that allowed?
Under Robert's rules, it is, yes. If we, I mean,
To
we're allowed
suspend
to
our rules of
suspend.
procedure?
Yes. Sarah Reinhardt, do you want to speak to that?
Yes, sorry, it took me a moment to unmute. Yes, it is allowed under Robert's rules. The commission sets the rules of procedure, so as long as it doesn't conflict with any kind of constitutional requirement, any adjustments or modifications to those rules of procedure are subject to a vote of the commission. An example of this, which you do pretty frequently, although we don't really refer to it as modifying the rules of procedure, is adjusting public comment duration, because that is something that is actually in your rules of procedure. So every time you adjust that, you technically modify that. So hope that's helpful.
Thank you. I have a second question too. We just got a 60-day extension to file an appeal. So what's the rush? Why can't I have 24 hours to do my due diligence?
Well, one thing is a briefing is going to start before that, so we need to get it in place as soon as possible.
Yeah, and another thing, Commissioner Lang, is this is all sort of a single legislative act that the commission is taking today, right? So you've adopted the map, and as part of that, you have this resolution you see that references the remedial map. And so the recommendation is that you do it as all kind of part of one single, or at least all within the same session, so to speak, or meeting.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Yeah, I guess for our special meetings, I don't know what everyone's got going on tomorrow, but we had to turn this in on Friday morning, right?
Right.
Is 24 hours also correct? To have an extra meeting?
To call a special meeting, I don't.
Yeah.
24 hours.
Oh, I thought there was I know there was a timeline on
There
it.
is a time limit, but I don't think it's 24.
Okay, well, I thought for certain, because just an idea, I mean, for commissioners that might want to read through it, that don't, that gives them time to read through it. If you said tomorrow at 3 o'clock, net for 15 minutes to take that vote and put that in place. Just an idea.
Yeah.
I mean, if everyone takes 15 minutes to log in and do a vote on it tomorrow, it wouldn't take much time to do. And I think it kind of satisfies both sides.
Yeah, it is a good idea. I'm not sure if we would have interpreters and everyone on board, available to do that.
I won't be available tomorrow.
Sarah Reinhardt, you have a hand?
Hi, yeah. Unfortunately, I will not be available tomorrow. I will actually be on a flight at that time. But I also just wanted to note that suspension of the rules is also in the commission's rules of procedure. It is section 14.10, I believe it is, .3. So it states that except for those rules derived from the Constitution or state law, the commission may suspend its rules of procedure in whole or in part by majority vote of members present. So just wanted to add that as well.
Okay. Commissioner Muldoon, your hand is up. Okay, I thought it was still up. Commissioner Callahan.
Just another suggestion along the same line that Commissioner Muldoon had, maybe not another whole meeting, but we're not talking about a document here. We're talking about a paragraph. So perhaps if it would be helpful, we could take a break for 30 minutes or an hour and give everyone time to read the paragraph and cogitate it. And then we could reconvene and take a vote at that time. And then that would eliminate the need to reassemble all the commissioners and the translators and signers and everything for another day.
Okay, good suggestion. Thank you. For me personally, I think if the document is put on the screen and read, you know, or we can all read it, whatever, but if it's read out loud, that would be probably nice. Then that'd be good enough for me, but you know, it's just my opinion. So the question at hand or the motion at hand is to suspend the rules to be able to vote today. Commissioner Lang.
I was just going to say proceed.
Okay, anything else before we take a vote? We should have a roll call vote.
One thing, and can someone clearly state what this resolution does in one sentence? I'm just, not necessarily for me, but because we were discussing, so like one clear sentence.
Sure. If the Supreme Court or any court of competent jurisdictions reverses the district court and the map that we just adopted, the Motown Sound, what was it, E1, F1, is then no longer any good, we revert back to Hickory. Okay.
Just for clarification, what we're voting on right now is to suspend the rules so we can then potentially vote on the resolution. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay.
You have that right.
I move that we vote.
We're waiting for a roll
Okay.
call.
Commissioners, the motion before you is to suspend the rules for the 24-hour requirement for documents to be provided to you. Please state your support of the motion with a yes or a no. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
Rebecca Satella,
No.
Janice Follett,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
No.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Elaine Andrade,
Yes.
Donna Callahan,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Marcus Muldoon.
Yes.
By a vote of 10 yes to 3 no, the motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lett.
Okay, my second motion would be that we adopt the resolution as presented for and was on the screen. If we could bring that back up.
While that's being brought up, Sarah, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to note for the record that motion required a 2/3 vote, and it did achieve that threshold. So I just wanted to note that.
Thank you.
Okay, my motion is to adopt resolution 2024 whatever it will end up being. Pertaining to the adoption of the remedial state house plan to comply with order in court in AGV Benson number 1:22 CV 00272. Presented this date, February 28th, 2024. And the body of the resolution is contained therein. I move we adopt that resolution.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt this resolution. Can you scroll down? Is that all there is? Is that paragraph, or is there more?
Oh, that's it. I mean, I
Okay.
can show you
Okay,
attachments, amendment, but that's it. Hold on. Let me get to that other monitor.
I see. Thank you. Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I just wanted to add my 2 cents on this. I think Anthony Scannell actually stated it the best at our meeting yesterday, that if everybody, or it might have been last week, if everybody agrees that the Motown Sound is a better map, which I think everybody does, why would we ever want to go back to the Hickory? So I would definitely be a no on this.
Anyone else? Commissioner Wagner?
I just want to know why you'd want to vote to uphold something that pissed off Detroit in the first place.
Commissioner Zatella, your hand is still up. Probably because you didn't mean to.
Yep, sorry.
Anyone else have anything? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Absolutely, Madam Chair. I'm going to paraphrase just a bit the motion that Steve made, which is to adopt this resolution pertaining to the adoption of the remedial state house plan to comply with the court order, which Steve read the numbers for. Presented this date, February 28th, 2024. Does that work for you, Steve?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Rebecca Zatella.
No.
Oh, I apologize. Mr. Fink has his hand raised.
So I apologize for jumping in at this moment, but I want to sort of clarify something or make sure that the record is clear, I guess, because we have this resolution, and again, it's addressing this issue that we've already discussed. There's a box at the bottom. This actually in part was drafted by the Baker folks that has each of the individual commissioners identified. This particular resolution is just addressing this appeal issue and should not be indicative of or reflective of the commission's earlier vote to adopt the plan, that to adopt the Motown Sound E1 plan, that I suppose could be made in a separate resolution, but I just wanted to make sure that that's clear, because if someone is voting for this, it's not as though they're either they had voted in favor of that particular map or didn't vote in favor of that particular map. I just want to make sure that that's clear here. You already have in the record from earlier today the vote as it was taken on that map. Thank you.
Go ahead, Sarah.
You got me on this one.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
That's okay. The vote is before you. A yes vote means that you'll be in favor of the resolution, and a no vote means that you are not in favor. I'm going to start again, if you don't mind, with Rebecca Zatella.
Thank you. No.
Thank you, Rebecca. I know that was twice for you, but thank you. Janice Villette
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
I'm sorry, I did not hear. What are we voting on right now?
this is the adoption of the resolution for the remedial state house plan that Steve Black shared.
All right, to pick up Hickory, no.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your vote? I'm sorry.
If it was to pick up Hickory as a starting point again, no.
Okay, thank you. Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Elaine Andrade,
Yes.
Donna Callahan,
Yes.
Juanita Curry,
Yes.
Anthony Ede,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
No.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
Stephen Lett,
Yes.
Marcus Muldoon,
Yeah,
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
Madam Chair, with a vote of 9 yes to 4 no. This motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's all I have for the legal liaison report.
Okay, thank you. So I don't think there's any other reports. So correspondence was received in advance of our meeting, along with written public comment submissions to the commissioners. Are there any future agenda items that commissioners would like added? Okay, are there, Mr. Brace?
Yes, Madam Chair, sorry. I was able to be in contact with Dr. Hanley. She is on her way back from Mississippi.
Mr. Brace, we're good.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
We're good.
okay. Sorry about that. Very good. Thank you.
Commissioner Ede?
Just real quick, do we want to keep the name of this as Motown Sound FCE1, or do we want to shorten it to just Motown Sound Final, or just, I'm thinking about how this is going to be communicated to the public. So
Sarah Reinhardt?
Because the vote was already taken where commissioners stated the name of their preferred map and the vote was taken with the name as Motown Sound FCE1, I would recommend keeping that name, or if you choose to adopt a new name, I would at least add that in parentheses at the end or something like that. But that may just end up being more confusing. So that would be my recommendation, is to just keep as is.
I would concur. We've already had press calls, just so we're clear. And that's the name that's out. And I just want to make sure we're clear. So we're all saying the same thing. It's Motown Sound FCE1, not Motown Sound E1, because it's already out. And we already have confusion on that already. But that's what's listed on our website, Motown Sound FCE1. So we can stick to that, because someone just called while you were talking, Commissioner E, with regards to that I put to voicemail because we're in the meeting. But if we can just stick to that, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. So thank you so much.
Okay. So as the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business today, a motion to adjourn is in order.
I move, we adjourn. Second.
Okay, moved and seconded that we adjourn. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned at 3:44 p.m.